Yo 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 I changed my name and profile picture yesterday for the 4th of July. Oh, you are Springtrap, right? Okay. All right, bet, bro. Let me see your. Let me see your. That's a cool profile picture, bro. I can't lie. Hold on. Just trying to. Okay, yeah, I think it's. Wait, let me check my headset. It's not the right headset. Okay, I think it's the right headset now. Is it the right microphone? Now I think. Okay. Anyway, bro. I'm gonna watch a. What was it? It was Final Fantasy Freddy FNAF lore video. Um. And I. What the heck is this? Yeah, I'm gonna watch a FNAF lore video. Get into the lore. Um. Yeah, I just have to find out what I can't remember what YouTuber I should have watched. People told me FNAF lore. Someone said Matt Pat. Wait, FNAF lore. And someone said there was another one. Make sure it's by Matt Pat. Yeah, I should I watch the Matt Pat one or should I watch the? There's another one too. People told me about. I can't remember what it was. Wait, let me see. Um, there was another YouTuber people told me about too, bro. Is it okay if I choose because I'm the only one in stream? Yes, bro, you can choose. But there was this. There was one. I could watch both. That's not the right one. Wait, is that the right one? Low key, bro. I want to watch both. Wait, so chat reply. Let me see the chat here if I can find it. But yeah, send me the link. Send me the link. Okay, let me press that link. That's not MatPat though. That is not Mat. This is not MatPat, bro. This is Viper slash. This is not MatPat. Let me just see. I don't have the link anymore, bro. Hold on. 5 nights at play. Yeah, but yeah, no, but don't worry about the time, bro. I just need the best one, the like the easiest one to understand. Yo, by the way, I'm player, guys. Yo, what's good, bro? I'm gonna join VC. No, bro, I'm about to watch a video. Yo, what's good, player? What's good, bro? But if that's the easiest one to understand, bro, I'll just watch that one. Hold on. Man, nothing much. I'm gonna Wait, hold on. I tried custom night on FNAF Freddy 1, bro, to like practice because I'm gonna do like because I'm gonna do yeah, I'm gonna do like I'm finishing custom night on FNAF Freddy 1 and 2 4 and I practiced, bro, and I got to 2 a.m. It's the one by MatPat, the YouTuber. It's not MatPat, but it's by MatPat. Okay, but which one would which one should I watch? The entire FNAF lore in a nutshell animation, or game theory, the FNAF Ultimate Timeline? Which one should I watch? I always come back. But why did I left like 2 days ago? So my electronic like disabled into. Oh, your electronics got disabled. Oh, okay, got you, bro. No, you're good, bro. Yo, Moss Lover 99, what's good, bro? I don't know, like war happened. I think I was in shock. What, bro? Are you okay? Whichever one you want, but first I recommend the nutshell, then the one by MatPat. But can I join your Discord? Yes. Let me send my Discord. Hold on. Yes, you can, bro. Hold on. Did you get the link? That's my Discord. But yeah, okay. Well, I'll watch the nutshell animation one then first. But it's just 11 minutes. Okay, good, cool. I watch it.
Thanks for founding the restaurant, William.
No, it's nothing, Henry. I just want to help you sports.
Don't worry, it's just all right. Oh, I must go. See you later, my best friend.
Wow, this is the first time I met such a nice guy in my life.
Wait, purple man, that purple dude is Afton, right? I'm in. Right there.
I can help you a few lines. Huh?
You might move to Korea or Japan. I wouldn't move to Japan, personally. I would love to move to Japan.
Charlie. Charlie.
What?
Kiss my brother.
Okay, mate.
Okay, wait, what is
You know
this?
what I want. It's to take your virginity.
Bro, hey, yo, bro. What have you just sent me, bro? I'm just watching that full video, bro.
Books, 11 games, 8 whole years, all leading to this moment. The ultimate FNAF timeline is finally complete. The pieces are in place for us. Now all we have to do is put this story of tragedy, jealousy, and loss back together. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that feels like a kid revealing the class project that he's been working on all year. Except here, it's the class project that I've been working on for the past decade of my life.
Your answer there will be a black tornado. What even is that?
I admit, kind of nervous. I haven't attempted a timeline video on this franchise since 2018. Back in the days when
What's a
Mike was
black
the
tornado?
crying child, Afton coming back was actually a surprise, and Fazgoo wasn't a phrase I'd ever thought I'd
Yo,
have to
what's
utter.
good,
But
Jaden?
since the last time I did something like this, we've had 3 more massive games, the death and revival of the FNAF movie, and more robot kids than you can shake a staff bot at. It is exhausting trying to keep track of this whole franchise, which honestly is why I'm here today. The lore at this point is complicated. It is full of speculation and theory, so to hopefully make it a little easier for everyone and to give us all a baseline to talk about this franchise moving forward into the future, it's time to reveal my current working FNAF timeline. But just before I do, I just want to explain a couple of things. First, this timeline is massive. Seriously, it is huge. This thing towers over any video project we have ever done on the channel. But when you look at the totality of this franchise,
Yo, what's
the
good,
story of
ASDF,
FNAF
bro?
really
What's good,
boils
bro?
down to the story of one man, William Afton. His successes, his failures, his rise to becoming co-owner of one of the most successful restaurant franchises in the world, and his eventual fall to the monsters he helped to create, only to then be reborn in a new digital form later. So sit back, grab some popcorn, or your pitchforks if you're the type to get upset when I say something controversial, and make sure that you subscribe, since this is going to be a video that you're going to want to come back to a few times in order to fully dissect. Without any more waiting, I present to you the story of a loving, obsessive father who slowly descended into madness, and along the way, discovered the secret to eternal life.
Chapter 1, Foundations of
Our story
Race.
begins not in the 1980s, or even in the 1970s, but all the way back in the 1930s. It was the throes of the Great Depression, and people were in desperate need of cheap entertainment, especially in Utah, one of the states hit hardest, 4th highest unemployment in the nation, and full of transients. People looking for work in Salt Lake, finding none, and ultimately moving on to find their fortunes out in California. People were tired and they were hungry, but as they traveled, there was one thing that could lift their spirits. A simple roadside attraction called Fredbear's Singin' Show. show. The ads were plastered all over town, featuring an animated bear drawn in the popular pie-eyed cartoon style for characters at the time. He resembled cartoons like Mickey Mouse, Felix the Cat, Betty Boop. It immediately said that this, Fredbear's, was a place where you could bring the family. And the price, honestly, couldn't be beat. For 50 cents, you could get food and entertainment as you watched the local trained real-life dancing bear perform on stage. Normally, you only got to see dancing bears at large traveling circuses like Barnum and Bailey, where the tickets would go for about $1. That's $1 without food. But this was a smaller show, like the type from the Von Brothers or the Robbins Brothers, where tickets would sell for just a mere 50 cents. Watching that bear do tricks on stage brought a glimmer of joy at a time when so much was wrong with the world. The simple show would go on for years, bringing happiness to hundreds of travelers.
Well, I can't believe Matt Pat is in politics now at all. What a weird but wonderful world. He went from Finance of Freddy's to politics.
Passing through.
I need to give a round of applause for that. Holy shit. That's what Finance of Freddy do to someone, right? It makes you smart. Finance of Freddy makes you smart. It makes your brain work, bro. What Finance of Freddy is good for you. It's, yeah. Says me, okay? Don't care what other professors say, bro.
Looking for a quick meal, but it left a permanent impression on one little boy, capturing his imagination in a way that nothing else had. One little boy named Billy. That was his nickname at least, but his parents liked to call him William.
But that's Billy. Is that the son of William Afton, or is that William Afton?
William Afton. The bear could dance,
it is William
could
Afton.
sing. For decades, William dreamed of recreating that moment of bringing a musical bear to life, but how? William was smart.
But is his name Billy?
He had a keen mind for business,
No,
but
why
he
is his
wasn't
name?
the most
No,
creative.
wait. Is his
How would
name?
make a singing, dancing bear come to life? The best he could do was using rudimentary costumes. We know, based on the retro poster that was hidden in Security Breach, that at least at one point, Fredbear was an actual bear. Dancing bear shows were a real form of entertainment. The only problem is that, timing-wise, none of our main characters would be the people in charge of that business in the 30s and a series of pizza restaurants in the 80s without him just being extremely old. Best case scenario, if
How did he get the name Billy?
Show when he's 18, that still puts him at nearly 70 when the first pizzeria opens and his murder spree begins. That just doesn't make a lot of logical sense because he doesn't become immortal until his first death in Springtrap. That's why I suspect that Fredbear's singing show was either a family business that Afton then carried on to a new generation, or something that he saw as a kid and just wanted to recreate when he grew up. William was inspired by the work of Walt Disney, who throughout...
When are you going to play Dish of the Freddy's? Soon.
The 50s and 60s was pioneering the use of mascot suits throughout his theme
I gotta
park.
do
The
custom
big
night on Final Freddy 1 to 4 first.
Fingers. This allowed the performers wearing the suits to use their
I
natural
gotta do
arms
that
and
first.
hands to interact with
Custom
the guests,
night
as opposed to the older models where the arms would just hang limply by their sides. Finally, with a simple mascot suit, he would be able to realize his childhood dream. He would be able to bring Fredbear to life. To appeal to the kids, and for copyright reasons, he changed Fredbear from a realistic brown animal to a cartoonish yellow bear with a purple hat and bow tie. But feeling like one character wasn't enough, he added another friend, a yellow rabbit with a purple vest and matching tie named Bonnie the Bunny. While Fredbear was certainly his first love, Bonnie was extra special because that was his. It was an original character that he had created from scratch. And I do mean scratch. William's hand-sewn costumes were rough, with seams and stitches visibly showing.
Wanna play
It's a
Roblox?
handcrafted suit.
Are you deadass asking me if I want to play Roblox? Well, I'm trying to get into the lore. Are you deadass asking me to play Roblox while I'm watching this video? That is 1 hour and 26 minutes.
You can see
the answer is no.
And everything. It even has 5
About to turn
fingers
into
for the
Springtrap,
performer's
bro.
hands. It is very much not a Springtrap suit. This is something much more rudimentary. It came at a time before animatronics were a part of the story. That's why I suspect that it was actually the first, predating literally everything. It's also a suit that is very personal to Afton. He put his digital consciousness in that form. It's his personal avatar. It's the way that he sees himself. There's also a whole separate discussion to be had here about the habits and rituals of serial killers. So the fact that he's choosing to lure kids...
FNAF raises our IQ 100% real. My childhood obsession finally is paying off. Bro, that's what I'm just saying, bro. Playing Five Nights at Freddy actually makes you smart, bro. that's actually happened to me. Like the past like 2 weeks, so when I've been like doing my FNAF marathon, I've actually gotten smarter, bro.
Kids and killed them in
I've
this
actually
particular
gotten
suit
smarter,
actually
bro.
says a lot about his emotional attachment to it. So while Fredbear seems to have started as someone else's creation, Golden Bonnie was uniquely Williams, giving him a personal connection. And
Isn't
that's
that
not
glitch
all.
trap?
In this whole franchise, only one set of characters have themselves 5 fingers, the Nightmares. Even Golden Fredbear was a
not Nightmare,
5-fingered
bro.
wearable suit at one point in the story, as we see in this shot from the graphic novel, before he, like everyone else, was turned into an animatronic. This seems to imply that all of the main characters had similar wearable mascot outfits at least at one point in time, and that whoever is having the FNAF 4 nightmares, if they even are nightmares, saw those mascot suits specifically. Bonnie and Fredbear would perform on stage to small but enthusiastic crowds. Finally, he was able to deliver fantasy and fun to all the kids, delighting and inspiring them in the exact way that he had been delighted and inspired so many years ago. Afton, despite eventually falling to become the heartless serial killer and mad scientist that we know him as, began as someone with good intentions and a love of entertaining kids. He wanted to bring things to life from the very beginning.
Wait, hold on, let me pause that. Let me pause this for a second. Hold on. My bad. Wait. Just give me 1 second, bro. I gotta do this. Okay, cool.
A theme that recurs a lot for him throughout the rest of the franchise.
Bro, I got
And
PTSD
things
for
could have
FNAF 4.
ended there. That could have been the end to his story. It could have been
Play
perfect
Killer in
had it not
Purple.
been for
What
one
is- what
thing.
is
Other
Killer in
people saw
Purple?
the success of his idea and they wanted in. Enter Chica's Party World, a rival restaurant starring performing animal characters. His idea, except they did it better. William may have been the first, but obviously he wasn't the best. It hurt the prideful William Afton to admit it, but this restaurant was able to do the thing that he always wanted to do: make the animals actually come to life. All of the performers in this restaurant were robots,
Sick
simple
man.
metal skeletons that were powered by battery packs, but all of them able to freely turn and talk and dance on their own, no human required. It was like magic that came from the mind of a brilliant creator named Henry Emily. This Henry, in some
Wait,
small way, had been
Is Henry Emily actually the genius behind all this? I mean, I don't want to genius. I mean, he did create something bad, but like, he's like the, is he like the designer? Killer and Purple is where you basically play William Afton and have to kill children. That's a game?
able to harness the power of life itself. Afton admired him. He was jealous, to be sure, but he also looked upon this man with awe. Off to one side of Chica's party world was a small cabaret stage featuring an elephant magician. On the other, a hippo known to ramble on and on. That one was more of a joke for the parents, but it was the main stage that was for the kids. A rocking band of characters featuring a yellow chicken thing with a southern drawl named Chica, backed by a band of other country-themed characters.
Hold on. Killer in... Yo, what's up, JKLY, bro? What's good, bro? Killer in...
Characters, including a pig
Maybe
with a
I'll play
banjo,
that.
an upbeat frog
today,
from the
but
local swimming hole,
tomorrow
and
or
a
something.
brown bear with a heavy southern accent. Wait, a bear? But bears were his animals. Why not a cow or a horse? Something to fit the country theme a bit better. Why did it have to be a bear? And adding insult to injury, they had the nerve to call this thing Ned Bear, a direct copy of his own Fredbear.
Whoops, that's gonna leave a mark.
I've suspected that the mediocre melodies played a much more important role in the
No,
story
it's
than just being
insane,
a bunch
LOL.
more.
Dude, I'm trying to get into this, but it's so much that like he's doing the FNAF lore so quick, bro. Like like my brain. Is there another video that is maybe like explains it a little bit slower, bro? Because like my brain cannot like do this. It goes too fast.
Or animatronics to fill out the roster, especially Ned Bear, which is just so suspiciously close to Fredbear. And yet, there are two key details that we're gonna have to justify with any mediocre melodies mention. One, they're very rudimentary
Who
with
is this
external
hippo?
battery packs, implying that they come very early in the timeline. And two, we know that at minimum, Mr. Hippo does eventually become an official member of the extended Freddyverse. But if these things are supposed to be cheap, generic rip-offs, why would you be trying to rip off yourself? You
Wait,
wouldn't.
are those Henry Emily's creations? This is Henry Emily's, right? Who is this supposed? This is supposed to be Freddy. This is, I don't know.
Things are supposed to be cheap, generic rip-offs. Why would you be trying to rip off yourself? You wouldn't. You would be stealing someone else's ideas. So if Afton created Fredbear, there would have to be some rival franchise.
Yeah, what's good, are you?
The only other person who would likely be ripping him off? Henry. We've talked extensively about how the mediocre melodies are clearly Henry's design aesthetic. So it just
Godzilla,
has
what's
to
good,
be
bro?
him. I don't think Henry's doing this maliciously.
bro?
He doesn't strike me as the type.
The Hippo and the Others are the first animatronics in FNAF by Henry Emily. But are there kids inside those then? Like the Hippo, are there like kids inside of those animatronics?
He was likely building the robots at the orders of someone else that was running a rival restaurant franchise. But that's enough motivation to start Afton down a path of jealous rivalry, but also begrudging admiration. As the Freddy Files Ultimate Edition says, it's important to revisit the beginning of Henry and William's relationship, so here you go. I think this is where it begins. Also, this is future Matt Pat here coming back to add this one in. Seems like the recently released character encyclopedia has backed up all of this speculation. I've had this timeline written for about a month now, but I've also been holding off a bit to see what wrenches this character encyclopedia might throw into it. And on this particular point, I gotta say, it seems like we might actually have nailed it. They actively call out the suspicious similarities to the main Fredbear crew. Quote from one of the pages. Ned Bear looks like an imitation, altered just enough to avoid copyright issues. I don't know about you, but that seems to imply that we were right on the money. Knowing all of this, at one point the franchises had to have merged. That's really the only way that you get Mr. Hippo from the rival franchise as part of the Fazbear crew. This also mirrors a lot of what happened in the real-life history of
Okay, someone tell this fucking... Oh, I'm sorry for cussing. Sorry for cussing! I hate these bots, bro, on Twitch. No, you're dead ass gonna discuss that, bro. You're banned, bro. I know it's a bot, but he's banned.
Chuck E. Cheese, with two rival restaurants, each with their own casts of characters merging to become one unified brand. Again, we've
Wait,
gone
are these
into
FNAF
that
characters too? Is this also FNAF characters?
in detail with other videos, just wanted to remind you all of that here. But why would I call out the rival restaurant as being named Chica's Party World? Few things actually.
Chica's
First,
Party
we
World.
know for a fact that a location named Chica's Party World exists. It is mentioned in the source code teasing sister location, so it is out there somewhere and doesn't fit cleanly anywhere. Second, in the story The Puppet Carver, Chica is very explicitly looped in with the book versions of Pig Patch and Ned Bear, implying that she started
Oh, they
as a
aren't?
mediocre melody. Thirdly, her design just fits better with a theme of down-home country animals with southern accents playing the banjo and eating with bibs. And with her being the headliner of the show with her name on the restaurant, it would make sense then that when the restaurants merged, she was the one that was added to the main cast of characters while all the other mediocres faded away. It's also why when Freddy's closes after William's killing spree, she's the one to branch back off into her old franchise and is therefore missing in sister location, a detail that's bothered me for years at this point. It might also explain why William decided to stuff his first dead kid into Chica. That one was Henry's creation, not his. Afton's jealous
Wait,
admiration
what?
turned
So Henry Emily was the genius behind the putting kids inside animatronics. So William Afton only followed orders, or what? Like, bro,
into Chica. That one was Henry's creation, not his. Afton's jealous admiration turned to hardened bitterness. A bitterness that would only grow over the next couple of years as families continued to choose Chica's Party World over Fredbear's. William just couldn't compete with the appeal of the robots. Eventually, his restaurant would go bankrupt, only to get bailed out by, of course, Henry Emily. Another insult. Another humiliation that William wouldn't soon forget. 1979. Despite being bitter, Afton couldn't deny that what came next was a period of massive success and expansion. With the two franchises now merged into one, it was the best of both worlds. Afton's ideas with Henry's robotic expertise. The two men decided to launch under a new name, Fredbear's Family Diner, a pizza chain that would eventually come to feature a mix of humans in performing suits as well as on-stage animatronics. They decided to stick with Fredbear as the headliner, considering the Yellow Bear was
No, William Afton did not follow order. But he said Chica was Henry Emily's idea. He said Chica, like putting the girl in Chica. That was Henry Emily's idea.
easily identifiable as a brand because he was the original performing animal mascot.
Henry is kind of a good guy in the story. But how, bro? But he wanted to put a girl inside an animatronic.
Afton appreciated that. This new restaurant would also see a mix of characters as the two franchises merged into one, with Pig Patch and Happy Frog performing right alongside Fredbear and Bonnie. And as part of this one big Fredbear family, they even got themselves official merch that were released, ranging from masks to magnets.
The crappy Mr. Hippo fridge magnet?
That said, not all the characters were winners. The reception to some characters was just mediocre, so they faded away into the dumpster, storage units, and
No, he meant Chica is his idea, not more. Oh, just like the animatronic?
retro budget tech stores of lost nostalgia, waiting for their chance to step back into the limelight if and when a headliner went out of commission. Others, though, would fare much better, like a new Pirate Fox, as well as a blue guitar-playing variant of the yellow Bonnie Bunny. Ultimately, the franchise would get so big, it would spawn its own cartoon show, Fredbear and Friends. Business was booming. In the end, Fredbear and
No, Henry made Chica, but William Afton killed the child and put it in child Chica. Put the child in Chica. Chica was Henry. Oh, so just the animatronic was Henry's design, but William Afton. It was William Afton's idea to put a child inside the animatronic.
Bonnie's popularity would be so strong that they would be able to support the Fredbear's Family Diner franchise all on their own, while also spinning off a new sister location dedicated to their friends. In 1983, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza launched, giving a dedicated home to all this new supporting cast of characters. Chica the Chicken, Bonnie the Blue Bunny, Foxy the Pirate, and of course the headliner, a brown Freddy Fazbear.
Ooh,
Business was
the
good,
OGs.
and Afton was happy, mostly. It did bother him that the one original character that he created, the one that he himself played, Golden Bonnie, got passed over for inclusion in that cartoon show. The only character in the roster of regulars to get ignored for the show, but other than that, things were going smoothly. He had himself a wife, 2 sons, a daughter. He had a
Yeah, the idea of Chica was taken by William. Bro, what happened? Wait, what happened? Is my stream down?
thriving business. And best of all, he was able to learn the craft of robotics from the man that he both loved and hated, Henry. Together, they were constantly pushing the limits of what these characters could do. Because it was quick and easy, new characters introduced into the roster would be given a simple hand-sewn suit with 5 fingers that any performer could wear. Eventually, Henry would design one of his signature animatronics for that character, utilizing a divided mouth with either a hinged or sliding jaw design. This was the first generation of animatronics. But why stop there? Afton had big ideas. What if the animatronics weren't just locked to the stage, but could free—
Dude, a hot take. The electronic disabled again? Dude, you gotta figure, bro, I don't know what's going on with your electronics, bro. Your electric, I mean, my bad.
Really roam the restaurant and interact with the
Dude, low key, bro, hot take. William Afton is low key a genius, bro.
kids. What if his mascot suits could become animatronics? What if you could use more than just rigid metallic skeletons? Why not experiment with tubes and wires that would give the animatronics fluidity and flexibility while still providing structure? The possibilities for this technology were endless. Afton fell in love with robotics. He had started with a dream of bringing one simple singing bear to life, but with robots, he had stumbled across the tools that gave him the ability to control life itself. And thanks to Henry, he was practically speedrunning his way to an engineering degree. And while William wouldn't admit it out loud, one other thing that kept pushing him forward was the desire to beat his former rival, to prove himself smarter and more capable, to surpass the man who everyone else considered to be a visionary genius. But pride cometh before the fall, and tragedy was about to strike.
The Afton era.
1983. Business was booming with 2 whole restaurant franchises running, Fredbear's Family Diner and the newly opened Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Together, William and Henry had been able to take the hybrid
Freddy
suit
Fazbear's
idea
Pizza.
and make it into a reality.
Wait, I've seen Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is actually like a actual pizza place. You know what I'm saying?
They called their new invention the Springlock suit, and fittingly enough, it was symbolic of the partnership between these 2 men, a human suit as designed by William that could become a freestanding Henry-style robot. But because it was still new tech with King's—
You can just search FNAF lore on YouTube if you don't understand this. Nah, I think it's all right. I think I get it. I think I get it enough at least.
to work out, the rollout was limited, restricted only to the Fredbear's Family Diner location. All of this meant that William was busier than ever. He didn't have time to be a full-time parent, so he designed a nanny cam system where cameras and speakers were hidden throughout the neighborhood, as well as in his youngest son's favorite toy, Psychic Friend Fredbear. I mean, plushie Fredbear. But since cameras just weren't enough to raise a kid, he also left childcare duties to his eldest son, Michael. There was just one problem with that.
You know
Michael
about
was
what's
far
about to
from the best
happen. You know
babysitter.
what's
He
about to
tormented his younger
happen.
brother by jump scaring him with a foxy mask and constantly left him behind. William watched all of it from his cameras. Kids would be kids. Tomorrow was another day, after all. Except Michael's torment didn't stop. Bitter, angry thoughts would run through Michael's mind. Why did he have to be the one to take care of this whining crybaby all the time? It just wasn't fair. It was time that he got even with his brother by playing the ultimate prank. A prank that just so happened to be on this crying child's birthday.
Dude, I'm low-key also excited to play with grannies, bro.
He and his friends would take his scared little brother and make him do the one thing that he was
Does
terrified
Granny even
of
have
doing,
lore?
getting close to the animatronics. That would be embarrassing for the kid that was such an embarrassment to him. His brother squirmed, screamed, kicked, and fought, but just as they were putting that small, squirming boy up to
the
Fredbear's
bite of
lips,
87,
the mouth
bro.
snapped shut. The sensitive spring locks inside the body had been triggered by the boy's movements, and they'd immediately clamped down. The wriggling stopped. The boy went limp, but it was just a prank. It was meant to be funny. The boy was taken to the hospital and was immediately given an IV. Flowers and pills filled the nightstand next to his hospital bed, but the damage was too severe. He couldn't recover. As the younger brother's consciousness began to fade, he could hear Michael's last words, a small and flimsy apology. But his father,
sorry.
Williams, through the voice of the Fredbear plush, were a firm and committed promise to a dying son.
Whose fault is it actually the bite? Because like his brother didn't know that the animatronic could bite, you know? It was just supposed to be like a joke, whatever. I mean, no, it's a bad joke, but it was a joke.
Back together. This would not be the end. No matter what, William's son would live again. It would just take time. Time that, right now, he just didn't have. His young son's heart flatlined as the boy faded into the inky unknown of the afterlife. In the aftermath of the tragedy, changes started happening around the restaurants. Kids were now required to wear security.
Was that the 87? Yes, that was the bite of. Yes, it was the bite of 87, bro.
Wristbands to prevent anyone from getting outside without parental permission. Any kid who approached the
Wait. Huh? Okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna go eat real quick. I'll be back in like 15 minutes. Wait, the animatronic literally closes his mouth again and again. Oh, well then it's definitely his fault. But yeah, I'm just gonna go eat. I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
exit without permission would have to answer
Let's
to the
go.
security puppet, a marionette on strings that could fly around on rails across the restaurant to stop kids in their tracks. It was William's idea, inspired by Michael constantly
And yes, Antonella, I remember you from yesterday, bro.
leaving the restaurant without his brother. In the wake of Fredbear's spring lock failure, all the hybrid suits were getting retired, locked away at the nearby Freddy Fazbear location. It was yet another
You're the only one right now?
tough pill to
Oh, don't
swallow
be,
after
bro.
all the hard work that he and
Thank
Henry had
you.
put into them. William would eventually bury the boy's small body in a remote location out in the woods right alongside his drive into and out of work every day. The death of this little boy sent the family spiraling. His wife, crippled with grief, was so distraught that all she could do was sit and watch TV. But his son Michael was far worse, complaining of seeing hallucinations of a golden bear standing outside of his window. The boy was so racked with guilt that he was convinced that he was being haunted by the ghost of his brother stuck inside the suit that
Hold on. Antonella is also here. What do I hear, man?
that took his life. The suit's three-toed feet digging into the wet earth. The words, "It's me," ringing through Michael.
Yo, do you like the lore now? I'd say it's do I fully understand? I mean, I've not even finished the video, but yes, Antonella, I remember you from yesterday, bro.
Michael's ears.
I remember
Some nights,
you.
Michael would even go so far as to break out of his room to check the gravesite and ensure that his brother was still there. As for William himself, he disappeared into his work and his drinks. Junior's, the local bar, wasn't far from his son's gravesite. He found himself going there more and more frequently, spending longer and longer amounts of time there. The bar gave him a place to think, to remember, to reflect and stew on how Henry had stolen his idea for an animal-themed restaurant. How they'd cut his character out of the cartoon when everyone else was there. How Henry had humiliated him by buying him out of bankruptcy. And now there was his son. Henry had taken his son from him. The robotic part was the part that failed after all. William ordered one more drink, but it was one too many. The bar turned him out and told him to go home. But William didn't go home. Drunk and angry, William raced back to the restaurant to give Henry a piece of his mind, only to find someone else waiting.
Is it-
Henry's daughter, Charlie, locked outside of the building, bullies laughing at her through the window.
Is it weird to have William Afton as one of your favorite like characters from FNAF?
Some other problem to fix. But then Afton got an idea. A beautifully awful idea. This was his chance to get back at the man that had humiliated him all those years ago. Henry had killed his business, and now Henry's robotic suit had killed his
But
son.
I'm pretty
It was
sure I
time
do you
for
on Fortnite.
William to do some
Alright, bet,
killing
bro.
of his own. Let Henry feel what it's like to have something you love get ripped away.
We can
While
run
parties
Fortnite
continued
someday.
inside the walls of the pizzeria, William attacked Charlie in the back alley. It felt good. He felt free. The years of resentment and bitterness trapped in his heart finally released in a moment of pure
Wait, did William Afton kill what was her name?
of the pizzeria. William attacked Charlie in the back
Charlie, because he wanted revenge.
alley. It felt good. He felt free. The years of resentment and bitterness trapped in his heart finally released in a moment of pure unapologetic evil. He would make Henry hurt like he hurts. And in that moment, William became a killer. He dropped Charlie's lifeless body and drove home, forced to confront his family problems later that night, appalled, but also a little excited by what he had just done. Charlie's death would remain on the books as a random act of violence. And though Henry had suspicions about William, there was no physical evidence, nothing that could link him back to the crime. In the weeks that followed, Fredbear's family diner would close for good. 2 high-profile deaths around the restaurant with 2 grieving owners in such a short period of time was just too much bad press to handle. Besides, Freddy Fazbear's was still open, and it was the newer restaurant anyway. All the equipment from the diner, including the old yellow suits and security puppet, would get retired to that location, and there they would sit for 2 uneventful years. The rest of 1983 and 1984 were spent quietly grieving. thriving. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and the new cast of characters were a hit. Tragic memories of their yellow predecessors quickly faded. Afton kept a low profile and buried himself in work and research, quickly reaching Henry's level of engineering and even surpassing him. And while Henry slowed down to grieve, Afton kept going, even starting his own company, Afton Robotics, for all those pet projects that were a little bit too experimental for the regular operations of the pizzeria. The first of these experimental projects was a secret workshop under his house, a veritable bunker, which allowed him to work while still monitoring his kids via hidden security cameras. 198.
That's sister location.
A passcode that served as a constant reminder of why the cameras were so important, why he was down there in the first place. This was all to fulfill the promise that he had made to his son, right?
And do not, and I said do not remind me of the night 4, bro, of sister location, please.
Will put you back together. This was for him.
Do not remind me of,
right?
of night
But
4,
cameras
bro.
weren't enough. He needed to solve the runaway Michael problem. He had to keep him in the house. He couldn't have another one of his kids wind up dead inside of an animatronic suit. So why not run a little experiment on Michael? You see, all this work with Henry had gotten Afton to start learning more about life, robots, the human mind, and what a fallible machine we as humans were. Our reality is so easy to manipulate with a few sensory deceptions. Deceptions like sound. With just a few sounds, he had discovered that he could alter a person's vision. He could transform blank, smooth plastic robots into lumbering, twisted nightmares. Nightmares far scarier than he could create with actual materials. They would appear organic, rotting, putrid, terrifying. These would be his means of keeping his son Michael in the house.
Lock in now.
Where he belonged.
Oh,
Was
yes.
it extreme? Maybe. But then again, this was the boy who had killed his son. He would make him sorry. And so Michael would grow up not only dealing with the memories of his own guilt, the hospital room, the pills, the flowers, the death of his brother, but also facing literal nightmares, illusions created by sound. Michael would never forget these either. Years
Wait, wait. Hold on. So in FNAF 4, you play as a Michael.
later, as a security guard, he would still draw pictures of them inside of his logbook. But all of these extra projects meant that his home life suffered even more. He was an absent father and a non-existent husband, leaving his wife cold and alone.
Why do you hide inside your walls when there is music in my halls? All I see is an empty room, no more joy, an empty tomb.
And despite her repeated demands that he leave his office and engage with the family, he refused time and time again, leaving her no choice but to leave.
You burned down my house?
You call that a house? It was like a morgue in there. You need to see your son!
The baby isn't mine.
Well, how's this? I'm keeping the diamond ring.
And through it all, there was one lingering feeling. William wasn't done. He had gotten a taste of what it felt like to be unleashed, what it felt like to be free. Charlie's murder had unlocked something in him, and he wanted more. June 26th, 1985. Putting on the golden Bonnie suit, he lured children one by one to the back room of the pizzeria when no one was looking. At first, he was cautious. He would lure them with promises of cake and cookies. He told them that their dog had died. He would ask for help with homework. Susie was the first. You never truly forget your first.
That's Chica. Susie's Chica.
But where to hide the bodies? He couldn't sneak out. Someone would see him. He had to hide them in a place where they'd never be found and where they'd never leave the building. They had to be stuffed. Stuffed inside of the suits. No one maintained those things anyway except for him. And so Susie would go into Chica. Fritz, Jeremy, and
Hey,
Gabriel
but that
would
is
come
smart.
next. But it was easy. It was too easy. And with each little life he snuffed out, his lies got bigger. Their house was burning. They're just being kidnapped. Until the last one where all pretense was off. He let himself get violent. Too violent.
I'll just wait for him after school, throw a bag over his head, hit him with a shovel, and drag him into the back of my car.
The body of Cassidy was far more bloody and broken than any of the others. He'd let himself go too far. That one he shouldn't have killed. With no more active animatronics left, he shoved the body into the one suit that remained backstage.
And who's Cassidy?
The long
I've seen her, I've heard her name before, but who is she in the lore? Or him? He?
Stuffed inside of the suits. No one maintained those things anyway except for him. And so Susie would go into Chica. Fritz, Jeremy, and Gabriel would come next. But it was easy. It was too easy. And with each little life he snuffed out, his lies got bigger. Their house was burning. They're just being kidnapped. Until
It's Golden Freddy.
The last one where all pretense was off. He let himself get violent. Too violent.
I'll just wait for him after.
But just a kid, but special for some reason. But it was Was Cassidy friends with any of these other kids?
School, throw a bag over his head, hit him with a shovel, and drag him into the back of my car.
The body of Cassidy was far more bloody and broken than any of the others. He'd let himself go too far. That one he shouldn't have killed. With no more active animatronics left, he shoved the body into the one suit that remained backstage. The long-forgotten yellow Fredbear, now broken and discolored with age. Broken, like Cassidy was broken, like his son was broken. Newspapers reported on this disappearance, naming the whole thing the missing children's incident. Police would even charge William with...
I think Cassidy was in security breach. She was?
the crimes after finding security footage of the golden mascot suit luring kids to the back. But they
She was
couldn't
in
convict
security
him.
breach.
They had no bodies, and his face had been hidden behind the mascot suit the entire time. What they had was circumstantial at best, and so he walked away a free man. But Henry knew the truth. In these murders, he saw his daughter Charlie all over again. So he
As the princess quest girl, I think. I think I did that quest. I don't know anything. I don't think I did that quest.
threw Afton out of the company and shuttered the doors to the old pizzeria. Henry would keep the franchise quiet for 2 years. This would not happen again. This could not happen again. How could he protect the kids?
I think maybe she was in security breach. Ruin. She definitely wasn't in security breach. I think she was the girl you play as in security breach Ruin. Wait, is security breach Ruin about Golden Freddy or no? Because if the Ruin DLC is about Golden Freddy, I definitely want to play it. Because Golden Freddy is one of my favorites. No.
Finally, he developed a solution. He would implement an even more extreme security
No, it's
system in the
not.
form of new
Okay.
animatronics. Toy animatronics, inspired by the toys that they had been selling years ago. But these guys, these were special. They were a new breed of robot with facial recognition abilities.
But most importantly, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database, so they can detect a predator a mile away.
All the original animatronics, now
might be
withered
wrong.
with age, were moved to the new location. With a plan in place, it was time to try once more. The year was 1986.
I need a game that is mainly about Golden Freddy, bro. I can't lie, bro. I need a game that is only about Golden Freddy, or mainly. The main character is Golden Freddy.
And the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was making headlines in local newspapers. Headlines that just so happened to catch the attention of William Afton. Freddy's was back, and without him, that was his idea, his character. Henry was, yet again, trying to cut him out of the picture. No, as long as these restaurants
She would be old in security breach.
stayed open, William would always come back. Then he noticed the phone number to apply at the bottom of the article. $100 a week to apply call. Afton would go back, not as an owner or co-founder. He would go back in the one place that they would least suspect him, a lowly day shift security guard. And there it was, buried in the back of parts and services, mixed in with the old withered animatronics, was the golden rabbit. With the yellow security badge still on his chest, he used his crank to pull open the spring locks. It was
She's
time
already
for Bonnie
dead.
to give an encore performance.
Someone used one of the
Did you remember that one time that I told you that if you could beat a security breach FNAF? Yeah. Yesterday,
we had a
right?
spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right. From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out. You know, especially concerning any previous employees. When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. A position just became available.
1987, 5 more kids. He didn't know what felt better, getting back into the suit after 2 long years of waiting, or knowing how devastating this would be to Henry the next morning. He didn't even try to hide his crime this time, just meant more blood on Henry's hands. He'd failed to protect the kids again. The restaurant had only been open for a few weeks, but William was sure that this would get it to close. Good, if he couldn't have Freddy's, no one would. Whenever a new pizzeria opened, he would be there. But as he sat in his bunker, something else started to linger in William's mind. He had seen something strange. The old withered animatronics, they had been wandering around the building, spurred on by the puppet. It was almost like those old robots were trying to save the kids. Save them? They couldn't, obviously, but still, how were they moving? It was almost like they had been given life somehow. Did he have something to do with that? The following day, the news would report a security guard getting bitten by one of the animatronics during the day shift. Was that bite meant for For him? William's curiosity was stronger now than his bloodlust. He had to learn more, but how? There was no way he'd ever be able to get inside another Freddy's Pizzeria. Heck, there was practically no way a Freddy's would ever open again. He needed to create something new, something brand new. He needed to create his own pizzeria.
Due to the massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for
what is this new thing he
children's
opened?
Entertainment.
Circus Baby's Pizza World.
Circus Baby's
this would be
Pizza
the place
World.
where he could continue his work. No longer just murdering, experimenting. He needed more kids, and he needed them alive. And knowing that he couldn't show his face on the restaurant floor, he needed a way of remotely capturing his victims and preserving them for his work. With that goal in mind, he designed a new breed of animatronic. Their endoskeletons fluid and flexible. He equipped them with sound lures that could mimic voices. They could isolate children. They could incapacitate and contain them with zero direct input from him. It was brilliant. He was brilliant. Far beyond the simple bars and wires of Henry's designs. And the characters he chose for this were uniquely his. His new roster wasn't going to be tainted by...
Who opened pizzeria again? Who was the person that opened Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria? Funtime Freddy! William, no. Henry and William collabing. I can't hear you. I'm right here. I'm right here. William and Henry. No, but William opened what was it called? Circus Baby's Pizza World. He said, look, watch this. Hold on.
A new pizzeria opened, he would be there. But as he sat in his bunker, something else started to linger in William's mind. He had seen something strange. The old withered animatronics, they had been wandering around the building, spurred on by the puppet. It was almost like those old robots were trying to save the kids. Save them? They couldn't, obviously, but still, how were they moving? It was almost like they had been given life somehow. Did he have something to do with that? The following day, the news would report a security guard getting bitten by one of the animatronics during the day shift. Was that bite meant for him? William's curiosity was stronger now than his bloodlust. He had to learn more, but how? There was no way he'd ever be able to get inside another Freddy's Pizzeria. Heck, there was practically no way a Freddy's would ever open again.
Yeah.
He needed to create something new, something brand new. He needed to create his own pizzeria.
Let's see, also known as Sister Location. Yes. Don't remind me of that game, bro. So look, first time pizzeria opened, it was Henry and William. Then it got closed down and it got reopened. Was it only this time? Was it only Henry that reopened it? Purple guy. How can I deal with that, chica? I need to find a plan. Yes.
To the massive success and even
So,
more so the
Funtime Freddy,
unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Circus Baby's Pizza World.
Henry reopened it.
This would be the place where he could continue his work. No longer just murdering, experimenting. He needed more kids, and he needed them alive. And knowing that he couldn't show his face on the restaurant floor, he needed a way of remotely capturing his victims and preserving them for his work. With that goal in mind, he designed a new breed of animatronic. Their endoskeletons fluid and flexible. He equipped them with sound lures that could mimic voices.
Funtime Foxy is the GOAT.
Could incapacitate and contain them with zero direct input from him. It was brilliant.
And Funtime Chica
was brilliant. Far beyond the simple bars and wires of Henry's designs. And the characters he chose for this were uniquely his. His new roster wasn't going to be tainted by Henry's disgusting barnyard bird. Instead, it was back to his characters, his creations, Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, as well as two special ones. The first, Ballora, was an homage to the woman who left him. Now she would never leave him again. The second, the titular baby, was designed with his baby in mind, Elizabeth, his youngest child. She would always be Daddy's little girl, the one that listened to him, the one that obeyed until the day that she didn't.
Daddy, why won't you let me play with her? She's so pretty and shiny.
Aww.
Didn't you make her just for me?
Aww.
The day before,
I am William Afton. I just changed my name and profile picture for 4th of July. I'm William Afton. I am Springtrap. And you always come
Circus
back.
Baby's Pizza World opened, she disobeyed. She didn't listen. Left alone with Baby, she got too close. The animatronic ripped in half and swallowed her whole. A scared and confused child fading into eternal darkness. By the time Afton found her, it was too late. She was gone. He immediately canceled the launch of Circus Babies under the guise of a gas leak. But wait, as he sat there at the foot of the stage, he noticed that something was different. The eye color of the robot had changed.
Wait, so he wasn't meant to kill that little girl in GTA, right? If I'm not mistaken.
He didn't.
Daddy, why won't you let me play with her? She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?
The day before Circus Baby's Pizza World opened, she disobeyed. She didn't listen. Left alone with Baby, she got too close. The animatronic ripped in half and swallowed her whole. A scared and confused child fading into eternal darkness. By the time Afton found her, it was too late. She was gone. He immediately canceled the launch of Circus Babies under the guise of a gas leak. But wait, as he sat there at the foot of the stage, he noticed that something was different. The eye color of the robot had changed. Baby had been built with blue eyes, but now...
Circus Baby was not meant to kill her. It was for other kids. Ooh.
They were emerald
That's
green,
unfortunate.
the same color as Elizabeth's. Was she in there? Could this all be connected to the free-moving animatronics that he had seen at Freddy's? He had to know more. His mourning turned to excitement. He had to return to where it all started. 1993.
Funtime Freddy, you're not so fun.
This place was pathetic. Henry had clearly tried to reopen one final time with those old original animatronics from so long ago, but Williams' damage to the brand had been permanent. These things stank of death. They hadn't been washed in decades. But even if they had, nothing could wash away the stink of murder that haunted these halls. One night, then another, then another. William repeatedly snuck into the old broken restaurant to lure the living animatronics to him, one by one dismantling them, robbing them of their endoskeletons. The metal had to be the secret. It had to contain the remnants of life itself. But he had to know for sure. Leaping out of a room that was invisible to the animatronics programming, he dragged the oversized robotic skeletons back to his underground workshop, back to where Circus Baby watched on with glowing, curious eyes.
Yeah, I'm
Eyes
joking.
that
You're so
somehow
fun.
felt
You're very
alive.
fun,
Not knowing
Freddy.
what else to do, William melted the robotic parts down. 5 animatronic endoskeletons reduced down to one silvery puddle of goo. Could he transfer this living metal to his own creations? He had to try. He picked up a syringe and filled it with the molten metal and injected the goo into Funtime Freddy's twisted, wiry endoskeleton. And suddenly the coils came to life. Like snakes writhing in a pile, what had once been cold, lifeless metal moved and jolted on its own. He'd done it! He had unlocked the secret to life itself. Except something was clearly wrong. The movements were erratic. They were violent, angry. Baby didn't act this way. She had been calm, collected. This was clearly something else, something mindless and frantic. Perhaps by mixing the souls and then portioning them out, he had created incomplete beasts. He would need to keep testing to truly understand it. He needed more of this remnant. As he searched the old pizzeria one more time for any remaining scraps of metal, the ghosts attacked. His past victims come to collect their due, all led by Cassidy. The 5 lined up and blocked the door, and Afton's mind reeled. The scientific implications of this were incredible. Ghosts, real ghosts that he could see, all standing against him. But what could they do? What couldn't they do? He panicked as Cassidy approached. How do you stop something that's already dead? Maybe with the thing that resulted in their death in the first place. He would get into his suit like old times. He would regain his power over them just like the day that they died. He was the genius. He was the one in the suit. He was the one in charge. The spring lock snapped into place. Maybe it was his frantic movements. Maybe it was the leaky abandoned restaurant. Maybe it was just fate coming to collect its due. He didn't know. The only thing he did know was that his brain was suddenly filled with searing white-hot pain as hundreds of metallic pins and gears stabbed into his body from all sides. All he could do was collapse, blood slowly oozing out of the suit and pooling onto the floor around him. It couldn't end like this. It wouldn't end like this. His work was unfinished. Unable to move, his only option was to survive, to live, to keep living. It took days lying in his own blood, but eventually someone found him, a security guard making a normal report. When he saw the animatronics torn apart in the middle of the party room floor, it caused him to file an immediate report of a break-in. An owner would have to come in and claim the damage, and who else would it be other than Henry? Hope jumped in Afton's heart. Henry would see him. They were partners after all. He would be the one to help save him, to get him out of this suit, to relieve him from this tremendous pain. Henry entered the secret room. His eyes fell on Afton sitting there in the pool of red, and Henry, saying nothing, turned and walked away.
This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previous previously mentioned safe rooms
Who is this
are being
voice?
sealed at most locations,
Who is this
including
voice?
this one. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you left anything inside, then it's your own fault. Management also requests that this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance representatives.
And so there Afton would sit, hanging on for 30 years, trapped
Springtrap.
behind the walls with an iron will.
Is that the guy from
refused to die.
from Dead by Daylight?
Most of this is things that we already knew, stuff that's been established and re-established time and time again by the games. That said, there are two things that I absolutely have to address. The first and biggest is the placement of Sister location, or more specifically, Elizabeth's death. To me, evidence in game seems to suggest that it was meant to come before the crying child's death in 1983. The biggest clue to this is that the crying child saw something. Remember what you saw is the phrase that's repeated over and over again by psychic friend Fredbear, aka William Afton speaking through a walkie-talkie in the Fredbear plushie's stomach. But what did he see? Well, I think we can tell based on how the nightmare animatronics are visualized. They have mouths in their stomachs, just like Baby ripping in half at the waist to swallow a kid. There's also the empty girl's room, one presumably left behind by a dead sister. And lastly, it explains why he's scared, and more specifically why Afton wants him scared. He needs his kids to stay away from the animatronics. He doesn't want them getting too close because the last time one of his kids got too close to a robot, his daughter died. That's then why he sets up the nightmares, to scare both Mike and the crying child away from the animatronics from that point forward. That's why books like the Character Encyclopedia outright suggest that we play as the crying child in FNAF 4. That's why he has a nanny cam following the crying child everywhere, so he can keep tabs on his kids when they're out of his sight. He can't let another Elizabeth situation happen. The death of Elizabeth also gives William Afton extra motivation for killing. He's a grieving father. His daughter was taken away from him, so Charlie should die as well. He's lashing out at the world after losing his kids. And again, we know that at least one of his children had to have died prior to Charlie's death, based on the mound of dirt that we see in Midnight Motorist. It also allows circus babies to open and close earlier in the timeline, which is how you wind up with Funtime Foxy appearing as Mangle in the FNAF 2 location. Basically, Elizabeth dying first has everything it needs to fit, except for the most important thing, the murder weapon. Why would Afton be building an animatronic with a giant claw in its stomach so early in the timeline? At this point, he just has no motive. It just doesn't make sense prior to 1983. At this point in the story, 1987. He hasn't killed anyone, and we know for a fact that the missing children's incident is 1985. So Elizabeth's death coming before any of those events just doesn't work, hence why I placed it where I did in the narrative timeline. Afton's death here is also a bit tricky. We know that he returned to the FNAF 1 location to break down the original animatronics in order to harvest their remnant. We know that he melts down 5 things to become one thing. Candy Cadet makes that very clear. So the 5 things are the 5 endoskeletons from the various animatronics. That would be totally fine if it weren't for one huge problem. On his 5th visit to the pizzeria, Afton gets spring-locked. So either the 5 becoming 1 starts in 1993, but then finishes 30 years later when he re-emerges from the wall to add the last endoskeleton to his pile, or he's had himself some reason to return to the original location after harvesting all the stuff that he can. It's not ideal, but it's the one angle that makes the most sense. William still wasn't back. Weird. Michael knew his father sometimes traveled for work, disappearing for days on end, but usually there was some sort of notice, a phone call, a post-it, something. It's not like Michael and his father were close, far from it, but as a household of 2 suffering men coping with years of tragedy and loss, there was at least some element of communication between the two of them. They were united by a name and a shared pain. This time though, things felt different. William had left nothing. His absence was longer. There were no check-ins, no updates, just silence. Something had happened. If there was one thing Michael knew about his father, it was that he had contingencies, safety checks, backup plans. His father was a careful and guarded man. He held his cards close to his chest, and as such, William had prepared him in the event that something like this ever happened. Normally, his father kept his home office locked, but in the event of an unexpected, prolonged absence, Michael had been instructed to enter his father's office and look behind an empty set of shelves mounted in the corner of the room. Rolling his eyes, Michael entered the office. He never fully understood how William was able to spend so many hours of
I
his
should
day
play Into the Pit, right? I should play Into the Pit, right?
He's locked up in here. There was just nothing to do. Most of this place was empty. He dragged himself over to the shelf in the corner, expecting to find an emergency contact list, a family safety deposit box.
Into the Pit is not canon, has no point at all.
But what he actually found there was completely unexpected.
Father, it's me, Michael.
But it's literally boring.
I found it. It was right where you
Someone
said it
yesterday
would
said
be.
I should
The
play
shelf
it.
swung open and revealed a giant industrial elevator, one that led straight down into an underground bunker. But that was impossible. Hidden inside his childhood home was a secret entrance to an enormous underground science lair? It didn't make any sense. Seriously, it didn't make any sense. And yet, here it was, mapped directly underneath the floor plan of the house that he'd grown up in, lost his brother in, been tortured in. Michael thought that he'd known his father, a prideful, sad, angry man with petty everyday problems, but clearly he'd been living with a stranger this entire time. His father had secrets. Suddenly, the days of William being locked inside of his office made sense. He'd been here the entire time. Where was here, though? Was this Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals? The Circus Baby restaurant always did
Turn the volume up because I can't hear it.
seemed to be a deeply personal project for Father, a failure of his that cut unusually deep, especially after that first location had to be closed prematurely due to the gas leaks. After that day, Father really did seem to change, to lose himself even more in his work. Clearly the entrance he had found was some sort of secret back way into the facility, one that required crawling through vents to navigate. His father had been working here, but in secret. Why? And that's when he found her. At the end of the facility, Circus Baby, his father's pride and joy. Except something was different about her. She wasn't like the others. The way she talked, the stories she told. This wasn't just a robot. She was alive somehow. And not only was she alive, she also felt familiar.
There is something bad inside of me. I'm broken. I can't be fixed. Will you help me?
Was this his
Oh, that is
sister?
creepy.
William's baby
I can't
girl?
lie,
But
that is
how?
creepy.
Why? What was this place? He dug around some old files and found blueprints outlining the features of these animatronics. Storage containers, voice mimicking, parental
That is
tracking.
creepy,
And
bro.
was that a child in Freddy's stomach? Was his father collecting and experimenting on kids? Were all the rumors that he'd heard throughout his past actually true? That the animatronics came to life at night? That there were murders done in all the pizzerias? That his father had somehow been the prime suspect in all of it? Suddenly, Michael's mind flashed back to his persistent nightmares throughout his childhood. Had he been experimented on too? Tears stung in his eyes as anger, fear, and confusion filled his body. His father's secrets were pouring out. William wasn't just a lame, overworked father. He was a monster, toying with life itself. Suddenly, everything clicked. He frantically looked around the room, blinking human heads on poles staring back at him. Green eyes, his sister. Blue eyes, his brother. Closed eyes, his mom. All just staring expectantly. These were meant to be human. William was working down here trying to make believable humans, literally rebuilding the family that they had both lost. The small little girl robots with their British accents roaming the hallways of this underground facility suddenly took on a whole new context.
Ooh, that is creepy too, bro.
Were those meant to be his sister? A replacement for her? A clone? Was William building clones of his sister? They seemed to know him, after all, to react to his presence.
They were all there. They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
He always did have a bit of a resemblance to his father. Michael's mind reeled as the reality of his world crumbled to dust. No, he had to get them out of there. If this really was his sister, heck, if any of these things were human, souls, whatever remnant of the humans that they once were, they needed to be rescued.
They always put us back inside. There's nowhere for us to hide here.
Led by the voice of Circus Baby, he marched through the now empty halls of the Funtime Auditorium. He would lead them. He would protect them. And finally, he would be able to forgive himself for the killing of his brother so many years.
You are in the scooping room now. The scooper only hurts for a moment.
Scooper? That violent extraction arm? Michael had seen that one in the pile of blueprints. Something about heat rendering the magical silver metal inside useless. In reality, prior to getting himself spring-locked and put behind the wall, William's methods had become increasingly sophisticated, with a mechanized arm that could infuse new bodies with a soul. William could finally give and take away life. The only thing he needed were the bodies. But William wasn't the only one looking for bodies, as Michael was about to learn.
But if we looked like you, then we could hide. If we looked like you, then we would have somewhere to go.
Michael was gonna be the hero to help these animatronics, all right. He was gonna help the haunted tubes.
I watched 8 Bitrian played into the pit. Amori, please don't see this. I
The
saw it.
wires of these animatronics escape, just not in the way
I
that
have
he
no clue who
anticipated.
8-Bitrian
His sister
is.
had lied to him. Another game of pretend. The scooper plowed forward, digging its extraction arm into his body. As he heard his bones ripping through his flesh, Michael blacked out.
But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not.
For the next several months, Michael's life was not his own. He was forced to comply with a tangle of wires and spirits that lived inside of him. His body felt like an overfilled balloon begging to burst as day by day, week by week, his flesh began to sag and discolor. He was a walking, talking, rotting corpse, alive, but wishing he wasn't. He was a puppet, a walking shell. And while he did his best to conceal his fate, there was only so much a man filled with robot spaghetti could do. The entity in his innards would eventually leave, but by that point, the damage had been done. His decaying flesh stank, turning him into a literal purple guy. But still, even with no bones, even with rotting purple flesh and begging to die, Michael continued to live. That silvery metal remnant injected by the scooper meant that he couldn't die. His anger also refused to die. What he had seen down there in his sister's location had rocked him to his core. His father had killed and captured dozens. His experiments had killed his sister and then tortured him throughout all his childhood. He was actively trying to build human replicants. He didn't know where his father was, but Michael knew that he was out there somewhere.
I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
Michael had to correct for the sins of his father. He had to make things right. Michael would burn Fazbear Entertainment to the ground. I mean, what else could you do when your skin was permanently purple? Michael's strategy was simple. He would apply for night security guard positions at the old defunct pizzeria locations. That way, no one ever had to see him or smell him during his shift. And all these old, shuttered locations did need guards. Teenage vandals and squatters were always looking to get inside these abandoned buildings, and yet no one ever really wanted to work an overnight graveyard shift unless they were practically out of options. Enter Mike. One by one, he would take on the job of security guard, changing his name each time to ensure that no one was able to follow his paper trail. Once inside, he could tamper with the animatronics and figure out how they worked, writing about his experiences in his security logbook. While there, he would listen to the old tapes where upper management awkwardly welcomed new recruits to their summer jobs, even though he was working there nowhere near the summer months. He heard the gory details of his father's franchise from the outsiders looking in, confused and afraid about what was happening in the walls around them. Sometimes he would see his brother in the form of the Golden Freddy suit. It's me appearing on the walls around him. Except now, there was something else there. He was no longer alone. Another angrier presence was also in the suit, as if two spirits were forced to share the same body. And Golden Freddy would attack him now. It was aggressive. Its vengeance wanted to lash out at anyone with the Afton name, anyone who wore a security guard outfit. Over time, Mike worked his way through the old restaurants, the original pizzeria, the bigger, better Freddy Fazbear's. He spent weeks there looking for clues as to his father's whereabouts, and each time at the end of his week shift, he would then set the location on fire. Remnant can't survive high temperatures after all. So burning away whatever spirit-laden animatronics that still existed inside seemed like a winning strategy. All this revisiting of his past, though, was causing the nightmares to begin again. Hallucinations that brought him back to his childhood. The guilt around killing his brother. His dreams were oddly mixed with the shrill phone calls of the security guards. But it would all be worth it in the end. The goal was to eventually stumble across the one location, the one job that would finally reunite him with his father. Little did Mike know that that day would come sooner than he expected. 2023, an advertisement came across Mike's TV. Fazbear Frights, a new horror attraction inspired by the awful crimes that occurred around Freddy Fazbear's Pizza so many years ago. It made Mike sick. People looking to make a quick buck off the tragedy of others, off his own family. This wasn't a joke or entertainment. Regardless, he had to be a part of it. If this team was combing through his family's history, they might stumble across something that could be useful. And if his father was truly still alive as he suspected, there would be no way that he wouldn't show up here. Maybe finally this could be the final chapter in his family's marathon of tragedy. Mike applied for the job and was immediately handed the keys. Years of doing this had taught him that security guards rarely receive thorough security checks. They also liked how creepy Mike looked. They thought it was a costume, on theme for the job. What little they knew.
Hey, glad you came back for another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time.
For weeks, there was nothing. But just as Mike considered giving up, he received the call that he'd been waiting for years.
You're not gonna believe this. We found one. A real one.
Could this finally be him? Sure enough, there he was. William inside his iconic golden Bonnie Springlock suit, only now it was green and decaying with age. And there they were, a small family of broken men finally reunited. It's been a long time, Dad. Mike had always struggled with the phantoms of his past haunting him, but now all the animatronics he'd encountered over the past months, hopping from pizzeria to pizzeria, suddenly sprang to life, their burned faces haunting him as he tried to keep track of his father on the cameras. It would seem that William's mere presence had put the spirits on high alert. Ultimately, they were harmless, more annoying than anything else, but there was one that felt different from the others, one that was more than just a mere phantom, the security puppet. If he looked at the cameras at just the right moment, he could see it floating there through the halls. He could even see its reflection in the water pooled on the ground. It would seem like he wasn't the only one there on a mission. While he was dealing with Springtrap, Michael assumed that this one was likely dealing with the spirits of this place, finally setting them to rest. Hopefully this means a happier day for all of us, Mike thought to himself. And in that moment, he felt the air around him release, like pressure being let out of a bottle. The building sighed, as if 5 spirits had finally been allowed to move on. He had the sense that his brother was a part of them. He rigged the wiring inside the building to misfire, and the dry, desiccated walls erupted in flames. It is finished. Except, it was not. Somehow, through sheer force of will, Afton remained. He had survived, and Mike would need to find a new way of finishing off his father. Luckily, the solution would present itself later that year. Not from Mike, but from another victim that had been left in his father's wake.
We're talking about becoming a Fazbear Entertainment franchisee. Restaurant ownership and management. Something almost anyone can do with a limited degree of success. You are now the face of the newly rebranded Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Fazbear Entertainment as a brand had been closed for years. William had been stuck in a suit and a wall. The only person who legally could bring the franchise back was Henry, but he'd largely pulled out of the franchise around the time of his father's disappearance. Something was up. Surely this had to be some kind of a trick, right? Mike, doing what he did best, applied for a franchise and immediately got the job. There was just one thing out of the ordinary. Paragraph 4.
If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
No employment contract he'd ever signed required him to keep special lookout for independently moving animatronics outside the restaurant. Now he knew something was up here. Henry was luring them all back. Rather than trying to go to them, like Mike had done for years, Henry was doing the opposite. He was putting them all under the same roof. He was finishing them off for good. Mike knew this wasn't meant to be a restaurant. It was meant to be a prison, a containment vessel, a locked box meant to trap them all in so they could finally end the madness. It took a few nights, but eventually everyone was there. His father, the puppet, the robot Spaghetti that had once violated his body, and his sister, now hopelessly devoted to serve the man that had once gotten her killed. It was time. He had been instructed to seal the doors and leave, but while he locked everything down, he didn't move on. If this was truly meant to be the end, if the remnant needed to be washed away, he needed to be a part of that.
This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace and perhaps more waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
And with that, it was over. The Afton legacy died with all of them trapped inside of a literal box. As the flames danced around the office, Mike, for the first time in decades, was happy. But William wasn't gone yet. Although the darkest pit of hell was open and waiting for him, something or someone wouldn't allow him to move on. Instead, he found himself locked in moments from his past. The pizzeria, his son's room, his underground bunker. It was as if his brain's neurons were all firing at once, overloaded, mixing and matching.
The story should have ended in Pizzeria Smitter, but it didn't. Now the story just pisses me off. Yeah, but honestly, I did not like Pizzeria Sim.
All his biggest fears, regrets, failures.
The lore
what
is
was
good.
This place? How did he get here? He called
but
out
the game
into
is
silence.
I don't even talk about the game.
Then they started coming. Without warning, animatronics, both new and old, began to jump out at
UCN.
him, bite him, rip him limb from limb. The pain was immeasurable. Make it stop. Make it stop. William, for the first time, longed for death, an end to this torture. Just as it felt like he couldn't take it anymore, everything was quiet again. It was as if the world had been reset. There was a brief moment of quiet, and then the onslaught began again. Dozens of faces from his past all focused on him. A waking nightmare that he couldn't escape from. More pain, more ripping. It was as his own personal hell, but why? Why couldn't he just die? And then he saw them, a group of characters he never thought he'd see again. Those janky, stolen characters that had
It was supposed to end in UCN.
started everything.
It should
The
have.
mediocre melodies. It had all started to go wrong once they showed up. Once Henry had made them. But mixed in with their obnoxious southern drawls, William heard something else. It was barely a whisper, but he could just make out the words.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
That voice. He knew that voice, but from where?
Greetings from the fire, and from the one you should not have killed.
The one he shouldn't have killed. William thought back. He'd done a lot of awful things, but there was always the one that stood out. Not Charlie, his drunken act of revenge. Not Susie, his first true murder, no. Instead, it was the one that he had lost control with. The one that he had broken beyond repair for no good reason other than because he could. The one that he'd stuffed inside the golden bear that his partner used to wear. Cassidy. They were back, and now they were trying to punish him, to make him suffer like he'd made them suffer. It was almost like William and Cassidy's souls had been locked together, fused by a collective rage and spite, each refusing to move on. But while Cassidy was so focused on taking revenge, they actually did the one thing that would be the downfall for so many others. They kept William alive. Even though fire should have destroyed the remnant that was coursing through his being, Cassidy kept William breathing, paving the way for his escape. William's will was so strong, his soul so powerful that he managed to put a part of himself inside the circuitry that housed the spring-lock suit. And there, his consciousness lay, inside a single circuit board, waiting for someone to find him and set him free. A person that no one would suspect.
What is Pizzeria Sim lore after UCN or before?
You might have noticed that I was vague about the dates, and there's a good reason for that. I don't know them. There is no good way for me to make them fit in. Here's what I do know. We know what
It's before? So UCN is before Pizza Sim.
the high amount of certainty that Michael Afton is the character that we play as up until Ultimate Custom Night. Mike Schmidt and Fritz Smith, the security guards for FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 respectively, get fired for, quote, tampering with the animatronics and odor. So weird connection between the two of them, right? But now, look at the phantom animatronics that are haunting us in FNAF 3.
Afton dies in Pizza Sim and then goes to hell.
They use models from both FNAF 1 and FNAF 2, meaning whoever is sitting in that security guard chair, Fazbear Frights, they have to have seen both
UCN is after Pizza Sim. Oh, UCN is after. Okay.
locations and their animatronics.
So in UCN, he's basically in hell getting tortured, right?
And that's not all. Their designs are burnt. It's a weird detail in the game, and it's something that the character encyclopedia repeatedly calls attention to. The burned texture for these phantom animatronics. Why is that so unusual, though? Fazbear Frights is the first time in the franchise that we hear about anything burning down. From that point on in the story, it's like the characters turn pyro and are suddenly setting fires left and right. But for the first 3 games, nothing ever catches fire. The animatronics are just moved or repurposed in some way. So when did they burn? And why would our security guards see them as being burned? Someone has to have been going location to location, setting these places on fire, purging the sins of the past. We know we're definitely playing as Mike and Sister Location in FNAF 6 based on the in-game dialogue. And in FNAF 4, there's an Easter egg where we can hear the phone call from Night 1 of FNAF 1, meaning that whoever's in that bedroom has heard the recording as a security guard. We also know that Mike has seen the nightmare animatronics based on his drawings in the security logbook. So overall, there is solid evidence that connects all of FNAFs 1 through 6. You'll also notice how the character encyclopedia doesn't have a page for Mike Afton. This thing has a page for Chocolate Bunny Bonnie, but not Michael? Some tells me they don't want us to confirm how many games he's been in, because that would confirm too much of the theory. In short, this gives us an incredibly compelling and complete narrative. Mike as our protagonist, and William, his father, as our antagonist. Mike accidentally kills his brother in Fredbear's mouth, which begins our story and sets William down his pathway of destruction. Mike is then haunted by the guilt of his past and is looking to make things right across the rest of the games. In Sister Location, he learns what his father's been up to and realizes what he has to do to correct it. After failing to finish the job in FNAF 3, he ultimately helps Henry end it all in FNAF 6.
I'm actually
great.
just curious. Dude, I'm actually just curious about what's the name of the guy that made Security Bridge like shopping place. You know what I'm talking about?
Narrative. There is just one problem, timing. Mike's quest can't really start until he's been down to sister location, seen baby, and gotten himself scooped. That's when he finds out about Afton's secret life. It's also when he's gonna start to smell, because, you know, he's a walking, talking, rotting corpse. And we know that he's not going down into the bunker until the Funtime animatronics have been made, Freddy's has been closed, and Afton is out of the picture. That all should be happening post-1993, after William is sealed behind a wall. But that then presents us with a few problems.
His name is Steel Wool. Did he have any connections to Henry or William?
Afton has already dismantled the original animatronics as we see in the FNAF 3 minigames. How are those things getting burned if they're already deconstructed? But more importantly, we see FNAF 2 paychecks with the date 1987. That is way earlier than I think it can be. To be fair, Fritz Smith's pink slip on night 7 doesn't have a date, but it's a bit weird to say that the first few nights are in 1987 and then employee number 3 is hired on years after the restaurant closes. Fazbear Entertainment was dead.
There is no need for you to return to work next week, as Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity.
All debts had been paid, all assets redistributed. The company was outright dissolved. Even the memories of the horrors that had happened there started to fade away in the public consciousness. The people were gone too. William was dead, Henry was gone. A whole generation of young Emilys and Aftons had lost their lives to the horrors of the pizzeria. All of them collateral.
Who the heck is Steel Wool? Also, I'm going to turn up the volume, please. Dude, it's do you want to turn it up? Look, it's 51%.
Damage to the man in the bunny suit. Everyone the company had ever touched was dead and gone. Well, all except one.
Pay your child support, you deadbeat! I'm keeping the diamond ring. I also set the house on fire!
Clara Afton. She'd been there in the early days, back when things with William were good. They'd had the perfect home, a thriving business, the ideal family. But shortly after their youngest son died, things started to change. William had become distant, lost in his work, obsessive. She had watched him change from this irritating...
Yo, what's good, Kenny? Steel Wool is the studio that made SB and... Yes, but how did... No, I'm not talking about the game creator. I'm talking about the, lore-wise, the place. The people that made the place in the lore.
Brilliant man that she had fallen in love with to a drunken monster struggling to hold himself together.
Alright, I'll see ya, bro. Take care, dude.
Despite her trying to reach out to him in those desperate days, he was just too far gone.
You will find out. It's not known.
Admit it, you wanted to let me in.
They say it's William Afton's wife, but it's not canon.
For her sake, she had to leave the relationship. And from there, she largely faded into obscurity. A mystery from William's past, a footnote in his history. And that was fine for her. She wanted to leave that part of her life behind. She tried to move forward, never wanting to hear the name Freddy Fazbear again. A time defined by mistakes and broken promises.
You will find
but
out.
Then,
okay,
the paperwork started to arrive. As Fazbear Entertainment began to close as a corporate entity, suddenly her mail was flooded with notifications, requests, obligations. She had been there since the beginning, helping William in the early days of his business, and now, as a shareholder and sole living member of the Afton family, all copyrights and trademarks of both Afton Robotics and Fazbear Entertainment passed on to her. Memories of this past life that she had long left behind. Looking at the blueprints, the contracts, the memos, she felt old wounds begin to reopen. The regrets of a happy family that had been torn away from her. William had always been brilliant. That's what had attracted her to him in the first place. But he'd also been too blinded by obsession and pride. He was too jealous, too petty, too unable to actually see a bigger picture. But now, holding the paperwork that contained decades of heartbreak and trauma, she realized it was her turn. She was holding the power. This was her chance. And one thought resonated in her head. I will put them back together. I will put them all back together. She would be the one to rebuild this family, to rebuild the pieces of that shattered life. life, to reclaim the kids that Fazbear had stolen from her. But how? Looking at William's work now laid out before her, she knew that he had been onto something. Collecting Remnant, robotic humanoids, digital conscience transference. The pieces were all in place, they were just scattered, fragmented. It was almost like there were too many ideas going in too many different directions. It was such an important idea that she reiterated that point to herself. There were too many ideas going in too many different directions. That said, there had to be a way to save it all. She just needed to put it all back together. But how? To rebuild her family, she would first need to rebuild the franchise that had stolen them away from her. With ownership over the characters, their licenses, the technology patents, and the Fazbear name, she converted the corporation back to an LLC, a structure for smaller businesses that are usually family-owned. The irony was fitting. From there, she would need Remnant, and lots of it. Remnant was the key. Clearly, in the later years of his life, William had been using Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals as a remnant farm, sending robots to kids' birthday parties in the hopes of nabbing bits of the stuff here and there. But clearly, it wasn't enough. He had, what, like 4, maybe 5 animatronics going out every week? No. It was a decent idea, but to get the Remnant they required, it needed scale. Dozens, hundreds of animatronics all out there, all gathering Remnant from unsuspecting customers. But to do that would require help, something William would never ask for. William had kept everything in-house. His obsession with control limited him. Clara, though, she wasn't nearly that precious. A plan like this required partners, people outside of Fazbear to do the heavy lifting. So she contacted a mid-sized delivery company, DLZ Shipping Solutions, to help build replicas of all the original animatronics. And with meal delivery apps being all the rage, why not an animatronic delivery service? Order one to celebrate your birthday, your Halloween party. How about a 4th of July picnic? We'll invite Liberty Chica and 4th of July Freddy on over.
What?
She would make sure that they made skins for every occasion. Chocolate Bonnies for Easter, Shamrock Freddies for St. Patrick's Day, Dia de los Muertos Chicas. And thus, the Fazbear Funtime service was born.
That's right. With the Fazbear Funtime service, you'll never be alone again. You'll always have someone watching your back.
Was it ridiculous? Absolutely. Was it a sellout? No doubt. It was exactly the sort of thing that William would have hated, but it needed to be done to get enough Remnant. Normally, the novelty of ordering an animatronic wore off after like, what, 1, maybe 2 times? But with new skins for new holidays, suddenly you had yourself an animatronic perfect for every occasion. It would keep people hooked. It would keep them ordering the latest and greatest that Fazbear Entertainment LLC had to offer. And all
this is gonna end in 20 minutes. And yes, Markiplier, look at this. Well, wherever he was, that was Markiplier.
Hated, but it needed to be done to get enough Remnant. Normally, the novelty of ordering an animatronic wore off after like, what, 1, maybe 2 times? But with new skins for new holidays, suddenly you had yourself an animatronic perfect for every occasion. It would keep people hooked. It would keep them ordering the latest and greatest that Fazbear Entertainment LLC had to offer. And all the while, they'd be collecting and returning the Remnant back to her. In a word, it was brilliant. There was just one problem with it. No one trusted the Fazbear name. The company's brand was still mud in the public eye. No one would want to hire animatronics from the restaurant franchise known for murdering children. Nothing kills a party quite like the threat of death, you know. So she needed to find a way to discredit the stories that had come before. She needed to win back the public's affections, reactivate some nostalgia for the spooky stories of their childhoods. She needed a game. Multiple games, in fact.
They lied to us. They lied to all of us. They told us that the whole point of this VR game was to undo the bad PR done by a rogue indie game developer. But that's not true at all. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
Struggling game developers were a dime a dozen online, most working on their magnum opus between shifts at the Dollar General. So she found one. Steve just picked him out of obscurity. The right mix of desperate and doofus willing to say and do anything for a couple extra bucks. And he fell right in line, as expected, delivering stupid little things with dumb generic names like Mangle's Quest, Balloon Boy's Air Adventure, Five Nights at Freddy's. Bad gameplay with even worse graphics, but hey, they got the job done. People were suddenly talking about the clues inside of these things, searching for the hidden lore. They were actively making jokes about dead kids at pizzerias. Her husband's twisted history of serial murder had suddenly been reduced to a mere Nancy Drew mystery mystery to be solved. The plan had worked. Freddy Fazbear's was suddenly more popular than ever. Things were going shockingly well. Her takeover and reboot of the franchise was full and complete. Suddenly infused with cash, she built the largest, most ambitious project yet, the Mega Pizzaplex. William had always been so visionary, but always thought so small scale. He was careful to a fault. Not her, though. She knew that this latest project needed to be big. It needed to be flashy. It needed to be a palace for children, a place that got people talking and checking out the latest in Fazbear products. So with a steady supply of remnant flowing in, it was finally time. The stage was set. It was time to get to her real goal, literally rebuilding a family. March 2035. The first was obvious. The crying child, her little boy, the one that was the first to get ripped away from her. She'd seen down in his bunker that William had gotten very close to replicating artificial humans using animatronic technology, and so that's exactly what she would do. Rebuild her boy from the ground up using robotic parts. His shaggy brown hair, his favorite striped shirt, even down to small details that no one would notice, like the band-aid on his left knee. William's research had even found ways of making animatronics that could bleed and process food, making them virtually indistinguishable from a typical human. He would never have any idea of what he actually was unless he was explicitly told. The only things that could possibly ruin the illusion were any overrides to his internal systems. If something were to, say, interfere with the cameras that he had in his eyes, or cause some sort of a core reboot to his hard drive, or x-ray his metallic bones, then yeah, he would be exposed. But otherwise, to the outside world, he was just your typical, normal human boy. She worked down in the bowels of the Pizzaplex, giving him life, but it was one thing to build him, it was another to help him remember his identity. He died so young, so early in their history that there was no preserved memories for him, no documentation that she could just download into his digital brain. So bit by bit, she trained him, forcing him to remember who he was. In a corner of the room, she even made a makeshift dinner table, a reminder of their happier days. The family recreated: 2 brothers, a sister, a father, and the mother at the head of the table. The one in charge, the one in command, the one bringing all.
Don't watch old MatPat vids. All of those stuff has been proven wrong. Dude, this is the lore.
All of this to fruition, but his progress was admittedly slower than she would have liked. At first, he could only communicate through simple ones and zeros, then rudimentary drawings and crude letters. But bit by bit, images of his past life started to come through. Balloons, colors, houses, bears and faces, birthday parties, all for me. Gregory was alive. As the robot boy embraced her, she felt a warmth that she hadn't in decades. This was the joy that she'd been working towards. This was what it was all for. Her son, back in her arms again. The plan was working.
But it's not recent.
Next was William. If the family was truly going to be put together, she would need him. And she...
Well, his lore up until William Afton's death. I believe that's
He knew
accurate,
exactly where he was, in the ruins of that old Freddy Fazbear's pizza
I know
place
about
where Henry had
security
trapped him.
breach.
In fact, that's specifically why she insisted on building the Pizzaplex there over the sinkhole. It was the best place to hide what her true intentions were with the entire operation. Digging through the wreckage, she found him. He was right where she thought he'd be. Seeing the putrid shell of the Springtrap suit, though, was not something she was prepared for. The rotting corpse of William.
I don't know what video I should watch to get know the most accurate lore to security breach, but
William Afton was disgusting.
know one, bro. Let me
Scorched flesh fused into the fur lining. Hollow black sockets where eyes once were. A smell that reeked of burned carbon and bloody iron. He was no longer flesh. He was just the tangled sinews of a creature that was once called human. How far this brilliant man had fallen. It was clear that her work was cut out for her on this one. Afton was practically lifeless. The man may not have been able to die, but he was about as close as you could come. And his body would need a lot of reconstruction. Replacement arms and endoskeleton reinforcements were the top priority, maybe pulled from their new line of glam rock animatronics. She'd have to see if they had any spare Bonnie parts lying around that they could steal. In the meantime, though, she threw the husk that was once her husband into a life support pod infused with aerosolized remnant to help keep him stable. But more important than recovering his body was recovering his
proven wrong by who, though?
Mind. In his current state, he was comatose, an empty shell, severe brain damage.
Unless it's proven wrong by Scott Cawthon himself, I don't believe.
Damage starts at temperatures over 108 degrees Fahrenheit. 42 degrees Celsius, and years of repeated fires had burned his brain to goo. Gone was the brilliant, frustrating mind that had drawn her to him in the first place. But she had a plan. Unlike her darling boy Gregory, Afton had found ways to record his consciousness. Fundamentally, the brain is only a series of electrical connections after all, so why couldn't you replicate that in the form of a standard circuit board? In essence, you could create a digital consciousness. And one thing she knew about William, he was nothing if not cautious. A planner. Someone who had backup
by MatPat himself. Well, I don't think he will tell Lore any different. Maybe from security breach and up, it's different. But I don't think before security breach, I don't think it can be any different.
Plans to his backup plans. And sure enough, there it was, buried in piles of old animatronic CPUs, a record of Afton himself. But she needed someone to test it.
Someone was definitely here during the night. It had to have been the client. I mean, they sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation, told us to scan it, said it would expedite the process so we wouldn't need to program any pathfinding ourselves.
Unlike the other games that she'd paid to have made in the past, this one had a different purpose. This wasn't about PR, it was about getting William back up and running, spreading his virus to the masses.
You acknowledge that Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for accidental digital consciousness transference, real-world manifestations of digital characters.
She hired a new
Yeah, but do you know the video after, from SB and up until now? Do you know a better video? Security breach. Lore.
After years of
the newer game theory. Game theory, security breach, lore. So this one, is this the one? Or this? The second one. This one? The Bonnie one. This? But that isn't that only that's only security breach ruin though, isn't it? It says security breach ruin. There is a playlist. How long is this?
After years of waiting.
Security breach lore isn't that important to me. You know, it's kind of, I don't know. This is, the whole playlist is 30, 40, 50. It's over an hour.
After years of waiting, Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach has finally launched, and with it, we now have a whole load of mysteries to discuss.
Should I watch it in like a whole hour? Or over an hour. Hour and a half. Should I watch it? I don't know. Yes. Bro, this better be worth it, bro. I'm watching it because if you really want to know. The secret after FNAF is Golden Freddy really in security? Well, I can.
After years of
Fuck it. So, yeah, I did not mean to cuss, but yeah, let me just do it.
waiting, Five Nights at Freddy's security breach has finally launched, and with it, we now have a whole load of mysteries to discuss. What's the deal with the Vanny therapy tapes? Why is this room from
Why
Sister
not?
location in the Pizzaplex? Who is the best animatronic, and why is it
Music Man!
There are a lot of things to solve in the author of Security Breach, Gregory. Yep, in a franchise full of dead kids, I want to focus on the first ever living child we've seen in
Hello, Maury. I'm back. You're live every day, right?
the main
Yes, I'm
story
live
of the game,
almost,
except
yeah,
for in the Fruity
mostly
Maze
every
minigame,
day.
but we all know that she ends up dead. Who is Gregory? What is Gregory? And why is he such a cold-hearted savage to Roxy and the rest of the animatronic gang?
I'm so mad that you're driving without my permission. Oh my gosh! Gregory is
everything that you thought you knew. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that can't help but this point it kind of applies to us too. Anyway, if you want to stuff your YouTube, expect to be a 3-part self-explanatory, right? Survive being trapped in a mall for one night. Looks like the new team forgot to read the title of the franchise. But that's nothing. That's easy. Once you start looking into secret rooms, secret tapes, secret endings, secret minigames, and actually bother to read all the emails and item descriptions, you learn that there is a lot more here. Stuff that looks both backwards at the series that came before and forwards into what is coming next. Stuff that, quite frankly, I'm still working on piecing together. This is a big game with lots of places to hide things. But today, I want to focus on a mystery that I do feel like I have a pretty solid handle on. The relationship between Gregory and Glamrock Freddy. What's the deal with this random kid and why is a killer animatronic suddenly trying to help him? Like seriously, the game kicks off with this incredible cutscene. Everyone is living their best 80s-tastic lives on stage before Freddy suddenly glitches out.
Do you think Security Breach is underrated?
Just being there, I guess.
Or is it just
one of
bad?
the weirdest, most jarring intros to a game ever. And then from that point forward, we're just expected to assume that everything is perfectly normal, no explanations necessary. So I'm here to give you that explanation, because I strongly suspect that this boy is not a boy, and this robot is not a robot, and that the story of their relationship is one that's trying to make amends for one of the earliest and most pivotal points from this entire franchise. To begin, let's establish what we do know about Gregory in order to piece together the rest. So, what does the game offer us in terms of his backstory? Nothing. First and foremost, we know that
I've seen lots of TikToks about like people saying that Security Breach is the best FNAF game. Believe it or not, bro.
pretty much off the radar. At the start of the game, Freddy does a quick scan only to realize
your guest profile is unknown to me.
Similarly, when security guard Vanessa is chatting it up with Freddy, we hear this part of their conversation.
That is great news. He can be returned to his parents.
He can't. Turns out, there's no record of him.
Clearly, Gregory is not a guest at the Pizzaplex. It also seems like he has nowhere else to go. In the game's bad ending, unlocked by just leaving the building at 6 a.m., we see Gregory winding up in an alleyway sleeping in a cardboard box. He appears to be homeless.
Dude, I swear, bro. I can literally pull up it right now. Ready? Wait, is it maybe on my... let me see if it's here. Yeah, right here, bro. Anything to relive the FNAF SB era, right? And I go to the comments. Hold on, let me go to comments. FNAF SB hate is forced. Despite the hate, I love this game so much. My favorite FNAF game. The best FNAF game so far. I want more Security Breach themed games. Ruin wasn't enough. I think I missed Security Breach era. FNAF SB best FNAF game.
An orphan. This then explains a few other things that we see around the Pizzaplex. In a couple of hidden locations around the building, we find little dens that are filled with drawings, plushies, and beds. The most notable one being the one behind the daycare.
They are rage baiting.
Gregory seems to be living inside the Pizzaplex.
I don't know, bro.
Which would explain his lack of a guest pass. We can't even be sure that his name is Gregory. In the game's opening scene, Gregory has no issues speaking to Freddy.
Will you shut up?
Who said that?
I did.
However, once Freddy asks him,
I feel like those that said that are like, no offense, but I feel like they're like 8 years old, and FNAF Security Breach is the only FNAF game they ever played.
For his name, he stutters.
I'm Gregory.
Why would he stutter on his name when he was clearly fine answering everything else just seconds before? So, what? Is that it? Gregory's just some homeless kid that sets up shop in the Pizzaplex and happens to get wrapped up in Afton and Vanny's plans? Yeah, right. Of course not. Nothing in this franchise is ever an accident. Take a look at Gregory here. Notice anything familiar? Dark eyes, brown hair with a piece fallen between his eyes, shorts, a shirt with 2 stripes across the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, Gregory is none other than the crying child. Don't
Wait, is Gregory... Is that actually real?
believe me? Early on, we get this weird moment when Freddy suddenly stops what he's doing and says this.
I feel you are broken.
We all know that the language in this franchise is never chosen by accident. Everything is meticulously crafted, so is it a coincidence then that the word broken is only used one other time in the FNAF series to describe a child? That iconic FNAF 4 clip with crying child and golden Fredbear, you're broken, we're still your friends. I will.
Yo, what's good, Tarsi? It is the crying child's robot. Not actually the crying child.
Together. The fact that both Crying Child and Gregory look alike and are considered to be broken screams of a connection existing between these two. Him being the Crying Child would also explain why he has nowhere else to go. His dad is an undead zombie living inside a yellow bunny suit, and his mom is MIA. There's also lines like this.
Your parents want you to follow me. Your family is looking for you. Let me take you to your parents.
On one hand, this just sounds like Chica spouting out some generic security protocol. On the other hand, if indeed Gregory is the crying child, Chica's lines here take on a whole new meaning, because she is quite literally bringing him to his family, his father living in the basement, William Afton. But obviously there's one big problem with this, one that I'm sure all of you are screaming at your monitors or typing aggressively down in the comments. Crying child is dead. He died in FNAF 4 when his older brother Michael picked him up to be chomped. And not only did he die, his soul then went on to be one of the two spirits possessing Golden Freddy, the other being the vengeful spirit Cassidy, before he was finally put to rest by the puppet in the happiest day ending of FNAF 3. This kid is well and truly gone. He is removed from the franchise. He is one of the few cards that are officially off the lore table. So why then do I dare invoke his name here? Because Gregory is a robot, a rebuilt version of the crying child. Flame shields activate, because it's time for everyone's favorite segment. MatPat uses the lore from multiple FNAF books to try and explain parts of the game that don't make sense.
You place Gregory, and Gregory's a robot, just like Freddy.
We'll try to make this as quick and painless for all of us as possible.
Or is he just a robot and like?
In the books, children having tragic, premature deaths and then being rebuilt as robots by their grieving fathers is something that happens a lot. Like, if I had a nickel for every time this plot line showed up, I'd have like 3 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened 3 times. In the original novel trilogy, the whole big twist of that was that Charlie, daughter of Henry Emily, died as a kid, and that her father put her back together by building robotic versions of her, each one representing a different stage of her growing up development. Then again, in Fazbear
Damn, I
Frights, we
thought
have the
Gregory was some
character of
actual
Eleanor,
person.
who is strongly implied to have been built as a replacement daughter, as well as Dr. Telbert, who developed Remnant as a way to preserve his sick and dying daughter. And all of this is without me even going into the numerous stories where children get swapped out for robots and or Fazgoo, which, once it has your DNA, basically creates a clone of you. If that's the future of the franchise, we're going down some weird paths, my friends. Anyway, to summarize, there's evidence in the wider canon that FNAF 4's lines about the crying child being broken and needing to be put back together were meant to be much more literal than any of us first suspected. But we don't even have to go that far. Within Security Breach itself, there is plenty of evidence to suggest that Gregory isn't exactly what he seems. When Vanny spots you and starts to get closer, your vision gets a CRT effect, basically the horizontal lines that old TV monitors used to get. And it's worth remembering that since this is a first-person game, that is representing your vision. So why are your eyes suddenly behaving like cameras on the fritz? Unless, you know, they are cameras on the fritz. Later in the game, once we defeat Roxanne Wolf, we can take out her eyes and upgrade Freddy. Our Fazwatch tells us that, quote, Roxy sees things differently than others. Sometimes she'll stare and talk to the other bots through walls. She's able to see things that others can't, which allows us to see collectibles like secret CDs. In a way, she has a sort of X-ray vision, which is why when you first install him into Freddy, his comment really stands out.
How are your new eyes?
I am having a hard time adjusting. You look different to me.
It's almost like he was seeing Gregory as a normal child, but now that he has these new eyes, he's able to see through Gregory's skin and reveal something that he wasn't expecting, like, say, an animatronic endoskeleton. Also, Gregory can be inside Freddy when he's inside the charging stations, which on its own feels weird. Like, I kinda expected you to hop out and leave him to charge, but nope, we pilot him inside of it and then sit there as he charges. Or could it be that those charging stations are as much for us as they are for him? Remember that secret den behind the daycare where we assumed Gregory's living? There's a strange amount of decommissioned and what appear to be salvaged security robots. Maybe for a kid who needs a robotic upgrade. The fact that there's no record of Gregory would also make sense. If he's an animatronic, there wouldn't be records of him because he's not technically a human. It would also explain why Gregory has no parents. But maybe the biggest point of evidence comes from the very beginning of the game, where during the opening cutscene we see Freddy glitch out. This sets him on a course of being good for the rest of the game. But what causes that glitch to happen in the first place? Well, by going frame by frame, we can see that there's a security threat on the loose, and it looks to be a small child. What? It's Gregory. It has to be. Gregory is the threat here. A robot.
Wait, I think I'm just gonna skip the Secret Breach Ruin lore because I didn't even play that. I can watch that lore after if I ever play the DLC.
That poses a threat to Freddy's programming. But why? How? What would make sense about that? Well, to understand that connection, it's time to put a pin in Gregory and turn our attention over to Freddy. If you unlock the game's final secret ending, you end up going below the Pizzaplex, only to discover a former Freddy Fazbear location, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place. If that name doesn't mean anything to you, it shouldn't, really. Most of the restaurants in the series go unnamed. But while the name might not mean anything, the layout should be a familiar one. One large rectangular stage with lights on the trim and big speakers on either side, and a smaller semicircle stage right next to it. It's from FNAF 6, Pizzeria Simulator. Notice the stools that are placed right in front, the checkered floor. We even have purple striped tablecloths and blue, green, and red plates, exactly like we saw in Pizzeria Simulator. As a refresher, this is the location that Henry lured all of the roaming animatronics to in order to burn them to the ground one final time.
Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, friend.
And this is it, here. Seems like Henry's plan didn't quite work as expected. We still see pretty much everyone that he tried to torch away, and they're all alive and well and thriving underground. Springtrap is there, Molten Freddy is there as this big black blob, and if you look inside that blob, you can even see Baby, and heck, even the puppet. Kinda lessens the impact of that Savage Henry speech from FNAF 6, but whatever. Anyway, the reason I bring this up, outside of it giving me a chance to remind everyone that I totally called something like this happening at the end of the last theory from a year ago, is that one character is notably absent here, Michael Afton, who we're reasonably sure was the guard working at the FNAF 6 location and the one who helped to burn it down.
And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be.
After being scooped, turning purple, and trying to undo his family's sins location by location, he went down with the ship and burned alongside his father and sister, which means that presumably he should be here somewhere, and yet he's not. Unless, of course, he's taken on a new form, say perhaps Glamrock Freddy. We know for a fact that Freddy's been down here based on some of the lines that he drops during the finale.
I know what this is. I have been here before. She brought me here.
What? I did not know Michael Afton was Glamrock Freddy, bro.
I have changed. My friends are here. They are so angry, confused, but I can protect you.
So he's in a place where he can get possessed. We also hear that Freddy isn't acting like his normal self, saying,
I am not me.
And in yet another ending, the fire ending, Freddy is more than prepared to set the place ablaze, much like Michael Afton did to Fazbear Frights at the end of FNAF 3. I guess old habits die hard. And nothing says that clearer than the replica of Mike's room from Sister Location that's hiding inside the Pizzaplex. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, hidden inside the mall is the exact replica of Mike's living room from Sister Location, down to the TV, lamp, and basket of exotic butters.
Exotic
Butters.
Exotic.
But here's the kicker. Over on Mike's wall is a coded message, one that was solved through an incredible team effort from Dawko and the rest of the FNAF subreddit. It reads as follows, quote, "Break and mend, I built the breath. They hunt now, drawn to life. Not real, still me. And frit and fraught with thought and zest, and guessed no blunt woes. Dodge, duck, flash, shoot, crawl, run, crush the vile band. Cry not, try not, do not hold out hope. Your life, your aim will save those with soul." I feel like this is some sort of a poetry reading. Snaps, everyone. Snaps. Snaps. Yeah, man, cue the bongos. All right, basically, this is just a bunch of fancy talk, all relating to Mike's personal journey. The first line is all about breaking and repairing things, and in doing that, creating new life. In other words, Ennard and Baby. The rest is all about his commitment to try and stop the evil animatronics and try to save any of them with a soul left in their bodies. Now, does the presence of this room and poem necessarily mean that Mike is Freddy? No, but I do think it's telling that we're reminded of Mike's commitment to save everyone inside of a room that you're required to find alone in the dark, i.e. without Glamrock Freddy hovering over your shoulders. Heck, during the finale, we even get this line from Glamrock Freddy.
My friends are here. They are so angry, confused.
He's talking about Molten Freddy, the spirits trapped inside of the blob. It's very possible that those were indeed his friends captured and killed back in the day. Maybe William himself struck back against the kids that had bullied his youngest son, and now some of their spirits are trapped below the surface as part of the blob in this abandoned restaurant. Or maybe that's why Gregory is so brutal to all of these animatronics at the end of each boss battle. They killed him back in 1983, and now it's his turn to show the bullies no mercy by launching a go-kart at their face and ripping out their eyeballs. And meanwhile, Freddy is sad because they are quite literally his friends from when they were alive. But to me, honestly, the biggest connection points between Mike and Glamrock Freddy are thematic. Their narrative. Mike has been moving to location after location to try and undo his father's horrible work. This would just be a continuation of that story, as both Aftons return post-fire. And more importantly, it also completes the arc of the crying child and his older brother. Since accidentally killing his brother in FNAF 4, Michael's been trying to make amends. This would be quite literally their grand reunion. An older brother finally able to protect and defend his younger sibling in a way that he failed to earlier in their lives. This is also why Freddy's programming would glitch out after he encounters Gregory in the opening cutscene. The soul of Mike, buried deep in Freddy's code, comes through upon sensing his brother again. It hotwires the system so that Michael Afton, in the body of Freddy, can defend his kid brother. And the Afton story doesn't stop there either. In part of the Pizzaplex, we find a family dinner scene made up of decommissioned staff robots. A father, a mother that kind of looks like Ballora, a daughter with rosy cheeks and orange pigtails, a son, and one with its head missing. The child whose head was bitten off in 1983. This is very clearly the Afton family. There is no doubt about that. The story continues in this game. In fact, I expect that's why the Save Vanny ending here is so important. If you manage to find and complete all the Princess Quest arcade cabinets hidden throughout the Pizzaplex, you get an ending where we are able to save Vanny from the control of Glitch Trap. This is is something that we predicted would be possible literally a year ago in a theory, but I bring this up not to pat myself on the back, but rather to call out the final moment of this ending, where we see Gregory, Freddy, and Vanny all sitting together on a hill. A hill that I should point out is oddly reminiscent of the FNAF 6 gravestone hill. It feels meaningful, like all these characters have some sort of history. Why would Vanny be there otherwise? Unless this is meant to be the crying child, Michael, and maybe even Elizabeth, the Afton children, the three kids who literally had their lives stolen by the evil deeds of their father, finally reunited, finally able to share a moment of peace on this hill. After all, Vanessa does have green eyes and blonde hair, just like someone else that we know from the series, but that's probably a theory that's best saved for another day. Long story short here, Gregory isn't just any kid. He's not just the crying child either. He's the rebuilt version of the crying child, an animatronic designed to fill the void left by the death of Afton's youngest son, literally put back together piece by piece. And Mike, meanwhile, is also back, glammed out this time, continuing to make amends for his past by reuniting with the brother that he accidentally killed as a kid and protecting him in a way that he never could before. Which then leaves us with a question: who's Vanny? How does she fit into all this? Why does she fit into all this? And why does Robot Gregory glitch out each and every time she gets close? That, my theorists, will have to wait for the next episode, because this episode's running long and honestly I need more time.
All right, next episode. The Secret Afton. Please just load.
Gregory, do you see that bit of green spinach in your teeth? Have you ever heard of Fortnite, Gregory? You need to floss. You need to floss, Gregory.
Because there's a good bit of evidence in both the game and in the history of the franchise to suggest that 3, Gregory is a robot, the crying child's consciousness literally transplanted into a robotic body sometime after he dies in the bite of 83. Oh, and there were a lot of strong opinions on that, with some people really liking the theory and others not so much. Suddenly I was flooded by people saying that I had rushed it out just to ride the trend, or that it was my dumbest theory ever, to which I say no, Deadpool is Ernest Hemingway is my dumbest theory ever. Closely followed by Wario being 10 feet tall. Anyway, the outcry was so huge that I ended up trending on Twitter because of it. You know, didn't get much feet off. Anyway, like I said, a lot of 1,000-word theory down to this single image. So, yeah, Thanks for not including literally anything else from that last video. So before we get to the next theory all about Vanessa, let me just address some of the biggest counterpoints I saw to the previous theory. Not because I'm convinced I'm right, far from it in fact, but because I think that the Gregory is crying child theory currently fits the best with everything the game has presented to us thus far. First, one of the key pieces of evidence last episode was this line right at the start of the game where Freddy says to Gregory,
"I feel you are broken."
This, to me, was a clear connection back to the crying child from FNAF 4, where psychic friend Fredbear says to him, "You are broken." I mean, kinda speaks for itself. It's a parallel that's made stronger when you actually remember how that line gets delivered back in that game. There was really no way of knowing back when FNAF 4 was released, but thanks to a secret room found in Sister Location, we know that psychic friend Fredbear is actually a plushie with a walkie-talkie inside of him. A walkie-talkie that allowed William Afton to scare and manipulate his youngest son. Father of the Year, ladies and gentlemen. Also know that throughout FNAF 4, all of William's lines use the color FFFF57, a bright golden yellow. Golden bunny, golden yellow makes sense. But the iconic final lines of "You're broken, I will put you back together" actually use a different color, a lighter yellow, FFFFA0. Back then, we never really came to a satisfying explanation. Was it a mistake? Was it another spirit? Was it maybe the puppet? But now, 7 years of investigation later, we know for sure. Someone else is indeed talking here. Someone who, in Sister Location, is mistaken for his dad. Someone who turns purple just like his dad. Someone who can't die like his dad. And someone who had the lines immediately prior apologizing to his kid brother, but when that didn't get through, decided to try comforting him through the voice of his best friend. It's Michael Afton, represented by a lighter color of yellow, a color that symbolically connects him back to his father. In short, we have Michael Afton in FNAF 4 saying the line "You're broken" to his brother through the voice of a Fredbear plush. And here in Security Breach, breach, if we're right about all this, we once again have him saying the same line, "You're broken," to his brother through the voice of another Freddy, this time Glamrock Freddy. I personally think it's a really cool narrative connection between all these games. But a lot of people were quick to point out that there's dialogue in the game files that was cut from the final release, where Freddy says that Gregory is bleeding. Specifically, he says,
"Your arm is cut badly,
and
I am detecting blood. You are injured."
This, for many people, disproved that Gregory's an animatronic, and I actually have two things to say about that. First, when I've used cut lines of dialogue in the past, the internet has in no uncertain terms told me that I can't. But now apparently it's okay. Kinda inconsistent there, guys, and honestly I think cutting it, regardless of the reason, shows that it didn't fit the final creative intent of the game. But anyway, if that's the case, then I gotta bring this line up. A cut line of dialogue discovered by GB Aura Recharged in the game files. This one is Freddy saying,
"Gregory, I know why you're not in the customer database. I remember you from the..."
And it cuts off. Obviously, it's vague. It's kept very intentionally vague. But it also shows that Gregory is special in a way that the other disappeared kids aren't. There's a reason he's not in the customer base. He's from somewhere specific that Freddy knows about. If I were to guess, I'd say like the underground pizzeria, but you know, that's just me hypothesizing. Adding to the Gregory is special idea is the fact that Chica knows his name. She calls it out in the middle of the pizzeria. Strange detail for a kid who supposedly has no records in the system. Secondly, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but in the books, because everybody loves when I go back to that well, animatronic children do actually bleed. They can also cry and feel cold. Heck, they can even feel hungry and eat. And you don't even have to go to the books for that one, you can just see it with Chica's pizza obsession in Security Breach. So to tell me that a robot child can't bleed? Yeah, I think you gotta really look at the franchise that we're talking about here. And for everyone who is confused about the timeline of Crying Child still being alive and the fact that he would be older at this point, that wouldn't actually be the case. Animatronic children in the books stay at whatever age they're built to be. Charlotte Emily actually had 4 separate versions of herself built, one for each stage of her life, so that way she could grow older, but she would just assume a new animatronic body each time. So Crying Child still being young would actually make more sense here. And to everyone saying, why would he say stuff like,
"Don't want to be crushed and twisted into a meat pretzel"?
No, again, Charlotte in the books is shocked to learn her true nature in the final chapters. Her consciousness had been grafted onto a childhood toy while she was alive, and after her tragic death had been placed inside of her robot body to function as her memory. So for all she knew, she was just a normal human being just like anyone else. Is it dumb? Yeah, I'll say that it is. Is it complicated? Oh yeah, absolutely. But is it giving us insight into the rules that Scott and everyone who touches this universe operate by? Yes, it undeniably is. Lastly, for everyone who spammed my feed with pictures of sad white boys in striped shirts saying that you had found the Crying Child, thank you for your help uncovering the lore. I get the joke. All white boys with brown hair and striped shirts are apparently the Crying Child. But remember what series we're talking about here, friends. Visual design details have always been an important part of figuring these games out. Take a look at Baby. During Sister Location, she has green eyes, but when you play her minigame, she has blue ones. At least until she kills Elizabeth Afton, who, lo and behold, had green eyes. Superficial design features like this help us to connect the dots. Are they the be-all and end-all of evidence? No, but they do help support an argument. So a little brown-haired boy in shorts with a shirt and 2 stripes seems sus.
Have you ever heard of Among Us, Gregory?
Speaking of eyes, for all the complaints about the last episode, no one seemed to have any answers to what I see as the 2 strongest pieces of physical evidence here. Why does Gregory look different when Freddy gets Roxy's X-ray eyes?
You look different to me.
And secondly, why does Gregory's vision glitch when he sees Vanny? Why does he have such a weird visual reaction to her and to literally no other character in the game? Well, you hear that high-pitched ringing sound as Vanny skips and gets closer? It seems to be a disruptor that makes her invisible to animatronics with older model eyes. In the Fire ending, Freddy, who couldn't see her at any point in the game, explicitly says,
"I can see you now. I have new eyes."
I mean, this is exactly how the much-hated sound illusion discs from the books work, creating a high-frequency sound to make people and robots invisible and or look differently, but I'm already fighting a losing battle over here, so I'm just gonna gloss over that one. Anyway, to me, it reads as Gregory's robotic eyes being disrupted. I mean, why have CRT CRT lines over the screen and not some other type of filter to show that his vision is getting disrupted? In fact, why have the same CRT lines as the security cameras all around the Pizzaplex? But there's one final piece of evidence I'd like to talk about to help solidify that previous theory before we move on, and that is the screenshot here of the final scene from the Savior ending, where you rescue Vanny from the controller glitch trap. And I use quotation marks here because there aren't any official sources giving names to the various endings. In the game files, they're just labeled as S1, S2, and S3 based on the number of stars that you get for them. It is worth noting, though, that this is the only 3-star ending that currently exists, which seems to imply that it has some level of importance to it. But here we see our 3 main characters, Gregory, Freddy, and Vanessa, all sitting on a hill, which, as I pointed out last time, is very similar to the FNAF 6 Gravestone Hill. But that's not what's important here. What I want to point out is the ice cream. Gregory is holding a golden Freddy-shaped ice cream with part of its head bitten off. If Gregory is not meant to parallel back to the crying child in any way, shape, or form, then this detail is just mean and irresponsible. This ice cream is the crying child's story coming full circle. He was terrified of animatronics and ended up being bitten by the golden Freddy spring suit, but now he's the one sitting on a hill taking a big old bite out of golden Freddy. That is not me reading too much into this. That is me lightly interpreting a very clear image that was put directly into this game by the designers. It is barely even subtle. And despite him wearing a blue shirt in most of the endings, here his shirt is colored purple, just like his father's signature color. Couple that with literally everything else, his lack of records, the fact that he goes into the charging station. So I stand by my theory that Gregory is an animatronic of the crying child. Is it a perfect answer? No. Do I love the fact that it complicates the lore even more? No. But does it answer the most questions with the evidence that we have? I believe it does, and it's a heck of a lot better than Fazgoo. But now, 4 pages into this episode, let's actually stop to talk about Vanessa, shall we? Last episode, I made a passing statement about how this final image felt to me like the 3 Afton children getting reunited. Crying child, Michael, and Elizabeth Afton, William's daughter that done got scooped by Baby back in sister location. It's a scene that, to me, feels like the narrative finally giving them a sense of closure after they quite literally die as a result of their dad's evil deeds. Last time, I briefly made mention of Vanessa's blonde hair and green eyes, which is the same as Elizabeth. And here, in this ending, we actually see 2 scenes of her wearing the signature Afton purple. Even the ice cream cone, as opposed to something like Gregory's novelty pop, is a potential callback to her death, where Baby delivered an ice cream cone to her before she did the scoop. And when you look at the connections between these 2 characters, it's more than just a couple of visual similarities. The biggest secret in Security Breach right now is a series of 16 retro CDs, invisible collectibles that only Freddy can see, hidden in every obscure corner of the game's map. Then, to play these things, you actually need to have also found the secret sister location room that we talked about last time. Now, these CDs are, they're problematic. They open up a whole separate can of worms. They're recordings of therapy sessions following 2 separate individuals, Patient 46 and Patient 71. The exact identity of Patient 46 is a theory for next time that will absolutely launch us into yet another flame war, but early in Patient 71's tapes, we learned that it's actually Vanessa speaking.
Hello, Vanessa. How are you feeling today?
These are recordings from therapy sessions that Vanessa had while she was at the job for the FNAF AR game's special delivery. She mentions speaking to a man named Lewis on several occasions, and we discover that she's also buying fake fur, both of which are things that we see in emails from FNAF AR. By the last of Vanessa's recordings, she's leaving that job for a new job somewhere else, most likely the job of security guard here in Security Breach.
I'm needed somewhere else now.
But let's dive into the good stuff, shall we? In Vanessa's second tape, we learn about a custody battle that happened between her parents. Her dad won using manipulative tactics, forcing his daughter to falsely testify.
Your dad made you follow instructions, didn't he? I'm talking about the custody battle between your mum and your dad.
Yo, what's good, loser?
Play fair, did he? He used to make your mum look bad in court.
After losing custody of her daughter, Vanessa's mother, well, here's what the tape does.
I know your mum after she lost the custody case.
It glitches, implying that her mother ended her own life, which would explain why Mrs. Afton is missing from all the games, and why she may have wound up being rebuilt as the motherly Ballora in sister location. A robot that, wouldn't you know it, sings about her inescapable depression now that the walls of her house are empty.
All I see is an empty room, no more joy, an empty tomb.
We also hear Vanessa lines like this.
Oh, You like those? Apparently, the janitor on this floor has a garden and has been putting bouquets in the offices here for years.
Vanessa likes flowers. A small detail, but you know me, small details can often be the biggest evidence. Who else do we know in the series that has an affinity for flowers? Well, think back to FNAF 4. Remember this random empty bedroom with a huge portrait of a flower on the wall? It's Elizabeth's room before she got scooped. Then you have Vanessa lines like this.
Lots of people know more than I do. Sometimes I need to listen.
Now, this might be a stretch, but I believe it's referring to when Elizabeth got scooped by Baby. Her dad had repeatedly and explicitly warned her not to go near Baby, but she didn't listen. And in doing so, she ended up getting herself trapped inside the animatronic.
Don't tell Daddy that I'm here. I wanted to watch a show too. I don't know why he won't let me come see you. You're wonderful.
Vanessa also says in her tapes that she doesn't like dark basements.
I have a craft space in my basement. Maybe I could come up with something you could learn to do.
I don't like dark basements.
It's another line that seems to be pointing us in the direction of Baby, who was trapped underground for years in Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals, looking for a way back to the surface.
I've been out before, but they always put me back. They always put us back inside. There's nowhere for us to hide here. There is nowhere to go.
And to put one final nail in this coffin, right back in the second CD, we actually learn the name of Vanessa's father.
I feel like I know your dad, too. Bill, right?
Bill is short for William. That's just the game trolling us with a coincidence, right? Wrong. You see, going back to FNAF AR, we learned that Vanessa's last name begins with an A. From there, we can connect the dots. Bill A, William Afton. But didn't Baby burn at the end of FNAF 6? Well, yeah, she did, but you see how effective that was.
How are you not dead? I mean, to be fair, the thought that burning him is going to work is stupid, because people have tried to burn him to death no less than 3 times in this franchise. Spoiler alert, it doesn't work.
But here's the kicker. At the end of the game, we meet the Blob, a weird tentacle monster made up of all the original members of the series. FNAF 1's Chica and Bonnie, FNAF 2's Mangle, Sister Location's Funtime Freddy, a random endoskeleton crawling out of the bottom, the puppet mask without tears, I might point out, and Baby's face. Now, don't get me started on this being Baby's original face and not Scrap Baby's updated look where she came back to FNAF 6 in. I have words about that. Anyway, look at them all here on screen. You notice anything strange? Most of the animatronics' eyes are lit up. Funtime Freddy, Chica, Mangle, even this random endoskeleton at the bottom. But now take a look back at Baby's mask. The eyes
Your video name?
out. So although
this one exactly is called FNAF The Secret Afton.
the Blob has absorbed Baby's body during the burning down of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, her spirit, the spirit of Elizabeth Afton, is no longer present. It is unaccounted for. It is on the loose, and as such, potentially at large within the game. Is she, in some way, Vanessa? And if so, how? The truth is, I don't know. This game has got my brain in so many knots, I might as well be a sailboat. I don't think there's any evidence to support any conclusion at this point in time, but I do know that this is what the evidence is heavily pointing us towards. The design similarities, the missing spirit, the purple color, the ice cream, the voice lines, the personality traits, and again, the narrative theme of 3 Afton kids reuniting and moving on after a traumatic past. It gives everyone this nice full circle ending, even if it's only meant to be symbolic. And the screen really does feel like it's the end, finally, for these 3 characters. Maybe next time we'll finally see some new faces. So enough about them, we're moving past those 3. There's still other mysteries that we have to solve here. What happened to Glamrock Bonnie? Who is Patient 46 and why are they here? What's the
youngest person ever? Who? Who's the youngest person ever?
Deal with that room full of post-it notes? Yeah, you forgot about that one, didn't you? It's important. And did you happen to notice the other missing animatronic from this game? Because I certainly did, and I think they might be hiding in plain sight. So next time, we get to cover some mysteries that don't require us talking about dead characters getting rebuilt into robots.
Okay, next video.
Thanks for coming in, Freddy. I heard you got some new eyes recently. Just want to check to make sure that
velocity.
They're all functioning before we send you back out there on the stage. Tell me, what do you see here?
I tried UCN last night for the first time last night. For the first time last night. What do I do about Chica? I am confused. Bro, I didn't even read. I think you can read on every character if you just hover on the character, so you can read. But I didn't have Chica in my run.
That is my friend Bonnie. Hi. is him.
Don't we all? Don't we all? How about this one?
It's me?
Interesting response with heavy lore implications. Gonna make a note of that one.
When the pan hitting stops, you just change the music box on. Oh, yeah, you got it right there, bro. Is Golden Freddy really in Security Breach? Let's see.
Of other unseen animatronics, today's episode is actually a pair of pads apparently to see what sticks. What gets excluded from the game is almost as interesting as what made the final cut. So what are the mysteries surrounding these two animatronics? Can we solve the mysteries? And what do the solutions tell us about the lore of this new game? That, my loyal theorists, is what we aim to answer today. Missing animatronic number 1, Glamrock Bonnie. We all thought it was strange when the trailers first dropped and we saw our favorite animatronics in their new 80s getup. Freddy, Chica, Foxy, kind of, and Bot. No, that's an alligator. Yep, Montgomery Gator was in, and Bonnie the Bunny was out. At first, I thought this was just gonna be a repeat of Sister Location. Introduce some new characters, reintroduce some old ones with new looks, and, you know, just leave a couple out. But then, right outside of the daycare of Security Breach, we hear this.
There is no rabbit at the Mega Pizzaplex. Not anymore.
And that right there, my friends, is theory bait. Stick it on a fish hook and drop it in the water to reel me in. Clearly, this was more than just an arbitrary swapping of characters. There's a story here, a mystery to solve. Glamrock Bonnie did exist at some point here in the Pizzaplex and now doesn't. And the game continues to remind us of this mystery as we explore them all. While trying to decommission Chica, you have to venture into Bonnie Bowl. And while we're up there, Freddy
I tried 50-20 and died instantly.
Do not come up here
instantly. That's what I did too,
we
bro.
even get a collectible message from Roxy Raceway that talks about him. Quote, management report.
It's almost
bowling alley
impossible.
Needs a retheme. While most of the Bonnie art was removed, kids keep asking, where's Bonnie? Do we have an officially approved response? So yeah, where is Bonnie? The kids want to know, and heck, I want to know what happened to everyone's favorite rabbit.
Hi, Jaden.
Well, to answer that, we actually have to follow the other messages that we get in the Faz Watch. Specifically, this security alert found behind a locked Monty gate in the game's opening service tunnel. Quote, security report 12:24 a.m. Bonnie is seen leaving his green room in Rockstar Row heading east towards the atrium. 2:40 a.m. Bonnie enters the East Arcade. 4:12 a.m. Bonnie enters Monty Golf. Bonnie is wandering around the Pizzaplex and winds up in Monty Gator Golf. And see, this is an important detail because as we see in both the game and the collectible messages, Monty has a bit of a mean streak going on. He likes breaking things. He also has a bit of an ego. I don't know if you noticed, but the animatronics in this game are unusually human compared to the ones that we've seen previously. They have personality, emotions. We see Roxy crying in her room because we've managed to escape her.
We should have found him by now. It's not fair.
Bonnie is my favorite. What's yours in the original game? I've said this. My favorite is Springtrap and Golden Freddy. Withered Bonnie. I mean, is it Withered Golden Freddy or is it only Golden Freddy? Because some people say Golden Freddy is actually withered. I like Chica. Okay, loser guy. All right, buddy.
A loser.
Chica is just hungry all the time, and Monty wants to be the star. He's looking for a way.
Springtrap and Golden Freddy is my favorite. Springtrap and Golden Freddy.
To rise to the role of leader of the band, singer in the spotlight. We know this thanks to hole number 9 of the Gator Golf minigame. Monty is center stage.
Like FNAF 1. FNAF 1. I do like Foxy, honestly. Yeah, I like Foxy.
And Freddy is left out in the dumpster.
But I also like Bonnie because I heard Bonnie was the strongest.
So when bass player Bonnie comes rolling into his domain late at night, Monty sees this as his opportunity to take him out and become the bass player himself.
Is it true that Monty killed Bonnie, bro? I have no clue, bro.
This is all fairly straightforward just from reading those collectible messages, but it does leave me wondering why. Why did Bonnie go to Monty Golf in the first place?
Foxy, yeah. I like Bonnie because his lore is like he's supposedly the strongest of them all.
Well, what if someone led Bonnie there so he would get destroyed? Monty would get what he wants, a more prominent role in the band, and Bonnie would be quietly decommissioned and turned to scrap. Scrap that could then be used to help rebuild another rabbit that we're all familiar with. One that's hiding out in the basement. Good old Burn Trap Afton. You want to know where Glamrock Bonnie is? Right there, right in front of your face. Burn Trap's body is Glamrock Bonnie's body. And I'm not just saying that
Burn Trap is Bonnie?
because they're both rabbits, there's actually a couple more clues that pointed me in this direction. If we turn back to when we last saw Afton in the form of Scrap Trap during Pizzeria Simulator and Ultimate Custom Night, there were some interesting design details, namely the fact that we can see a lot of bone underneath the suit. A lot of bone. Top of his skull, his jaw, around the eyes here, even the collarbone you can make out in his jump scare. But here in Security Breach, Afton has basically got a whole new body. As Scrap Trap, he was made primarily of bone and muscle, but now he's almost entirely animatronic, with the exception of the weird fleshy tendons that entangle the endoskeleton, as well as the skull, which now appears to be melted into the rabbit face. But we see loads of endoskeletons throughout Security Breach. We even hear Vanessa saying that they could just put old casings on the new endos if they need to.
Monty will run the shows until Parts and Service can
They attack you.
So why then am I so sure that Burn Trap uses Bonnie's endo when they could have used any other endoskeleton? It all comes down to the hands. They make a big point in the trailers to reveal this mechanical hand with claws at the end of its fingers, and they put emphasis on it again during Afton's ending when his hand reaches outside the recharge station.
It's purple.
On both occasions, the focus is on Afton's left hand, a hand that was completely missing from Scrap Trap in both FNAF 6 and Ultimate Custom Night. I mean, technically he was missing that entire left arm, but you get the point. So what does any of this have to do with Bonnie? That could be any endoskeleton arm, right? Wrong. Take a look at the Glamrock endoskeletons from this game. Their hands? Yep, they don't have claws. The only animatronic whose endoskeleton does have claws? Montgomery Gator.
Montgomery
we actually get a
Gator.
really good look at his hands once we've decommissioned him. But hold on a minute, I was saying that Burn Trap was made from Bonnie, so why am I so focused on Monty? Well, we have to go back to the messages that we get on our Faz Watch. Down in Parts and Services, we get this maintenance log. Quote, Montgomery's claw upgrades allow him to play the bass. Following performances, he mostly uses them to cause damage. Before I read this message, Monty having claws didn't really strike me as an odd design detail. I mean, the dude's an alligator. Kinda makes sense. But this message made me reevaluate that opinion. Claws are only for animatronics that play the bass. When we get the message about Bonnie being out of commission, we get this line. Quote, with Bonnie out of commission, we are making Monty the new bass player. Parts and Service have already done the proper adjustments. End quote. They're installing the claws on Monty because
Yeah, animatronics don't attack you in SP, they just take you to Vanessa, Vanny, so she can kill Gregory.
he's becoming the bass player, which means that Bonnie before him must have also had claws. They need to be built into the endoskeleton because they have to pluck the heavier strings. Therefore, the claws on Afton's new body
Is Vanny, who is Vanny?
They prove that they could have only come from a single source, Glamrock Bonnie.
I mean, I think he talked about it last video, but what did he say? He said Vanny might be...
Bonnie isn't the only one conspicuously missing from the Security Breach lineup. Where is everyone's favorite yellow clickbait, Golden Freddy? At first, I didn't think too much about his absence. Last we saw old Yellow Fredbear, he was twitching away at the end of Ultimate Custom Night, keeping the spirit of Afton trapped in an endless purgatory of torment. Meanwhile, you got Old Man Consequences over here asking Cassidy, you good, bro? And encouraging them to leave the demon to his demons. So, yep, that story seemed largely done. Cassidy, aka the one you should not have killed, aka the vengeful spirit, call the kid whatever you want, this was another playing piece off the lore table, the end of another character arc. So why would Cassidy appear in Security Breach? Doesn't seem necessary. But then, it was more Freddy Spaghetti time. Security Breach once again threw everything it had at the wall to see what stuck. And I do mean everything they had. Basically everyone and everything in the series up to this point is represented somewhere in this game. FNAF 1 animatronics, FNAF 2 animatronics, tons of references to FNAF 4, a direct connection back to FNAF 6, there's Baby, there's the puppet, there's the fun times. If my theories up to this point have been correct too, you also get Crying Child, Michael, and Elizabeth, the Aftons all in one neat little package. And that's still not all. The arcade cabinets reference everything from the original novel trilogy to the Fazbear Fright stories. Heck, in this one game, you get not only only one, but two, count them, two versions of William Afton, Glitch Trap and Burn Trap. You have all the versions of pretty much all the important characters throughout the franchise. So in a title that seemingly references every other important corner of FNAF lore, where's our golden boy Freddy? Well, he's there. He's hiding in plain
He's in
sight,
security
right
breach.
here.
Golden Freddy's in security breach.
Arcade games.
How can I buy if Golden Freddy is actually in security breach? It makes security breach 10 times better, bro.
The princess is quite literally Golden Freddy, or to be entirely accurate, it's
not necessarily one of the better
Cassidy
games than
inside
the older ones,
game.
but still
I know, it
a
seems
lot better.
Crazy, right? And while I could try to bury the lead here and string this whole thing out, I'm not. There's just too much to talk about. We know that this is Golden Freddy because it's coming straight out of the horse's mouth. I guess it's the sheep's mouth because it's Steel Wool Studios. Anyway, if you dive into the game files, there's a character sprite folder labeled Cassidy. Open it up and what do you find? The princess. Now, I gotta be honest, that alone didn't convince me. Sure, it is a huge deal, and obviously the golden color of the princess is a direct connection back to everyone's favorite yellow bear, but this is also a series that's used the name Jeremy in like, what, at least 4 separate places? Is that right? 4? He's a missing children's incident kid, he sliced his face off in FNAF VR with a paper cutter, he's a security guard from Jeremy Paychecks, and oh yeah, he's in the latest Fazbear Frights book. So yep, those are the 4 instances that I can just remember off the top of my head. So forgive me if I'm in need of a bit more proof here before I call this one confirmed. So I kept digging. First, it's worth noting that in a previous theory, I suspected that the princess was actually meant to be a stand-in for Vanessa. You see, Security Breach isn't the first time that we've actually seen the Princess Quest minigame. It originated as part of the mobile port for FNAF VR when they needed some way of telling Vanessa's story. Instead of finding 16 glitching cassette tapes like you did in the original FNAF VR, the mobile port has you playing Princess Quest 1, lighting 16 braziers to eventually find the lair of Glitch Trap. Interestingly though, digging through that game's files reveals that the princess character wasn't labeled as Cassidy. This is a new thing for Security Breach, which tells me that this was also an important story element for them. A story that, now that we have all 3 Princess Quest games to look at, suddenly takes on a different meaning. When you play Princess Quest 1, you're being hunted down by black glitchy rabbit creatures. These things are clearly working for Glitch Trap, but if that's the case, why would he be sending them to attack you? If the princess is truly meant to be a stand-in for Vanessa finding the tapes, wouldn't he want Vanessa to find them so she comes under his control? Rabbits attacking doesn't make sense. However, if we consider the Golden Princess to instead be Cassidy, back from the dead once more to try and stop William for good, then of course Billy Afton would do everything he can to stop the princess. I also think that each Princess Quest represents a different phase of Cassidy's experience quite nicely. In the first one, Cassidy is helpless, an innocent, helpless child lured to a back room and killed by a monster that looms in the shadows. But by Princess Quest 3, the princess is fighting back. And not just fighting back, but doing it in the same location that we walk through in FNAF VR. Notice the large central stage, the prize corner back behind us, and a rounded side stage to the left. Now, this is an important detail because as we see at the end of FNAF VR, we're playing in the location of the missing children's incident.
Oh my god. As soon as I get VR, I'm playing Help Wanted, okay? But I stand for it. Without VR Help Wanted, it's not good. I stand for that. Okay? But when I get VR, I'm playing Help Wanted, bro.
Glitch Trap lures us to the back room only to shove our dead body into Freddy's suit while he dances around. This is Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, where the initial 5 kids, including Cassidy, first went missing. Cassidy's story truly comes full circle. Playing through Princess Quest...
Did you just play Secret of the Mimic? Yes, I played it. I did the boring ending, as some people say, but yes.
The first time, I also thought it was unusual to have a giant Chica face looming in the background watching us. Like, why? Seriously, why? You don't just do that for decoration. And then I remembered this line from Ultimate Custom Night. I was the first. I have seen everything. This means that Susie, the spirit inside of Chica, saw the deaths of everyone else, meaning that she was probably watching as Cassidy was killed. Hence why she, of all the characters, would be the one watching us in this moment. So the file name matches, the color matches, the narrative.
Did you like it? Yes, I actually did like it. I mean, the adventure was mid. Puppy Playtime was okay.
sense as we revisit important locations from Cassidy's past, but that's not all. Elsewhere in the files, there's another piece of glitched text, similar to the text that we originally saw when you approach Glitch Trap in Princess Quest 1, but this time it's much shorter. It'd be hard to decipher if we hadn't just decoded Afton's text before, but we did, and using that code, we're able to translate these dots as "It's me," the iconic phrase that we've seen every time Golden Freddy has been present throughout the series. Last but not least, Cassidy being here just makes sense with the story. Whenever there's William, Cassidy is close behind, hence the whole vengeful part of Vengeful Spirit. This is something that we actually see in the Fazbear Frights books, specifically the story The Man in Room 1280. In this story, we get a ruined, burned William Afton dying on a bed, haunted by an angry spirit named Andrew with curly black hair wearing an alligator mask. This very clearly is meant to be the book stand-in for Cassidy. In a previous story, Andrew outright says, quote, "I do remember wanting to get back at someone who hurt me. I think I attached myself to him. I got into his soul, made sure he couldn't move on when he should have died. I remember I wanted him to suffer the way he made me suffer." Basically, the two are inseparable. Andrew grafted himself onto Afton, and now their souls are mixed. So consider this. Glitch Trap was created when a bunch of circuit boards were scanned into a system to create a video game.
They sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation. It was just junk. Circuit boards and things like that. Somehow, though, there was usable code on some of it.
If Cassidy was truly attached to Afton, then Cassidy's spirit would also likely be in those circuit boards, thereby creating a digital version of her, aka the princess. So yeah, I feel pretty darn confident that that is indeed Cassidy in Princess Quest. Everything I could find backs it up from a design, timeline, narrative sense. Also, the file name suggests that the king is actually Old Man Consequences. Sure, I guess. Leave the demon to his demons. Unless, of course, you want to take my sword and go ham on him. Anyway, so what does it all mean? Why is this important at all? Well, it gives us a
I hate Banban. It does not make sense. Graphics are bad. The story is bad. It's literally pointless. Yeah, I'm not playing Banban.
Rationale for why playing some random arcade games somehow manages to free Vanessa from Glitch Trap's control. As a reminder, if you play all 3 Princess Quest games, you get the free Vanny ending, where she turns good and joins you eating symbolic ice cream cones. But really, it's a pretty weird logical leap that playing a few random arcade games somehow gets this young woman free of the virus that's infected her brain. But now, it makes a bit more sense. At the end of Princess Quest 3, we confront a large security door that's covered in purple goo, only to get a blood-curdling scream. That goo tells us that it's Glitch Trap behind the door. It even has a glowing set of eyes on the left-hand side, which, if you squint, kinda looks like a rabbit head. This kind of goo wasn't present in the identical door within Help Wanted, implying that he is now in control. So when Cassidy unlocks the door and goes in, the digital scream that we hear from the other side is Glitch Trap dying, crying out as Cassidy delivers the killing blow and maybe, hopefully, finally, putting both of their souls to rest. Security Breach to me has been this story about endings. Throughout all of my Security Breach theories thus far, we focused heavily on the idea of characters coming full circle, giving closure to them and ending their parts within the FNAF storyline. The crying child and the missing children got their closure back in FNAF 3's Happiest Day. Henry and the puppet got
Dude, I low-key miss FNAF 3, bro. I can't wait till I'm gonna do custom night on FNAF 1 to 4.
Their closure in the FNAF 6 ending. If I'm right about my theories, then the rebuilt Afton kids get their closure on the hillside eating ice cream here in Security Breach. And now Cassidy. While all the other dead kids of the series have been able to move on, Cassidy has always remained, always trying to chase Afton down, torturing him in purgatory for what he's done, so driven by anger and revenge that she couldn't let go. So this feels like a great ending to this chapter of the series. Finally, Cassidy gets to join the others and rest, putting aside their agony and putting an end to the Golden Freddy arc, and hopefully to Afton's arc as well. But there's still one more that's incomplete. One more series of secrets in this game that we haven't talked about yet. Tune in next FNAF episode.
Is this Security Breach or Ruin? Oh, wait, it's after this then.
Bit by bit, we've been working. Okay. Today, we end the horror. Today, we solve FNAF. Wait, didn't we say this exact same thing 7 years ago? Largely be mysteries of Security Breach. And you know what? I think I solved it. Or at least I think I've solved most of it. 7 years ago, I made this terms that this was the main intent of the game, until of course they decide to retcon it all due to bad audience feedback to keep the franchise going.
How long is the next video? 20 minutes. Okay, but is it? I need let me see. Secret of the Mimic lore. Which video should I watch for Secret of the Mimic?
Going for another 7 years. Sorry guys, I hate to say it, but I think I'm unfortunately right. I finally have my smoking gun. The clue that takes it from just a controversial theory to, at least in my mind, largely proven fact. Just like with the clocks and the dream theory, it's the one clue that is so specific, so intentional that it confirms that this was the main intent of the game. Until, of course, they decide to retcon it all due to bad audience feedback to keep the franchise going for another 7 years. Sorry guys, I hate to say it, but I think I'm unfortunately right this time. Gregory is a robot, and he's the crying child reborn. And by the end of today, I think you're gonna be convinced. And then from there, we're gonna talk about how all of that actually realize that there are 3 phases to the post-it notes. One that's barely legible, another where the spelling and drawing improve slightly, and the final where they become nearly perfect. It looks like someone is trying to learn how to write and draw, slowly getting better over time. And it all begins here with a note written in binary. When you first enter the room, there's a cardboard box in the middle, which, if I were to guess, is steel wool trying to draw our attention to the most important post-it clues in what otherwise is a very crowded and busy-looking room. On it, we get this binary string, which translates to "why is I?" That's it. The grammar, I think, is intentionally bad because this is a computer coming into consciousness, asking the question, why am I alive? And doing it written in binary, the language of machines, computers, robots. Elsewhere in the room is more binary that translates to hide. Whatever
Scott is milking this cash cow. What cash cow?
this thing is, it's scared.
If you're bored, maybe you could do a UCN run, which the chat chooses the animatronics. You are bored, aren't you?
And it's confused. It hides until it can better understand what or who it's meant to be. The other illegible phase 1 notes here are random flashing thoughts.
I mean, I am kinda bored, but like... Matt's theories and findings are so amazing that sometimes I wonder if he's a human or a robot. The day is not get solved. Matt's gonna get a word exotic butters.
Bit by bit, we've been working to solve security breach before its launch, and so far I feel pretty darn good about what we've concluded.
I think I got most of the lore, honestly, from security breach. Or they like the rest of the videos were just like different like the rest of the videos is just like different theories. It's not really lore. But yeah, let me watch Secret of the Mimic, a short video. I don't even care. I don't really care about like Secret of the Mimic, honestly, either. Like, yes, it's a good game, but that's it. Like the story is not that good. You know what I'm saying? The game is good, but like the story is like mid. I'll watch this though.
Every story has a beginning. For the Fazbear universe, many of its darkest tales start right here. Not in a pizzeria, but
Dude, UCN. Dude, I need the lore on Secret Mimic too, bro. And I already did UCN. I don't know if you were there, bro,
in an
but I already did
abandoned
UCN.
workshop, a place filled with secrets, grief, and an invention that was never supposed to get out. Tonight, we are unraveling the complete story of Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic. We step into the worn-out boots of Arnold, a Fazbear technician who is overworked, underpaid, and has pulled a 36-hour shift. But his night isn't over. Dispatch gives him one last job. Go to the abandoned Murray's Costume Manor and retrieve some top-secret Fazbear property, a prototype animatronic known only as the Mimic. Hi everyone, I'm That Whelm, and this isn't just a story about a haunted animatronic. Before we step inside the manor with Arnold, we need to understand the ghosts that were already there. This story belongs to Edwin Murray, a brilliant inventor who
Okay, let me look at this one thing. If someone said I should play Purple Guy Killer or something like that. Let me look at that game. Let me find it. This right here. Someone said I should try this game. Oh, no, I don't want to download the picture. Final Fantasy Freddy's Killer in Purple is mid. You just murder toddlers. Well, let me watch a video about that then. Killer in Purple.
What's up, guys, and welcome to Five Nights at Freddy's Killer in Purple Remastered. We're not killing, we're it's just this one. And my ability only gives me a 50% chance of giving 2 free points. So if I use it, I guess you have to use it at the start. Like, I need them.
Okay, yeah. Trust. It's got
inherited his father's costume workshop. He met his wife, Fiona, while working on a project, and together
I'm gonna play a FNAF game tomorrow, but I don't know what FNAF game I'm gonna play.
Foxy for companies like Fazbear Entertainment. They had a son named David, but Edwin was a workaholic, often neglecting his family for his creations. Tragedy struck when Fiona died in what was likely the Fall Fest fire of the 70s, leaving Edwin alone to raise a grieving son he barely—
Please don't look that up. Look what up?
knew how to care for. Consumed by loss and work, Edwin made a desperate choice. He created M1, an advanced endoskeleton designed to learn and mimic human behavior. He programmed it with Fiona's voice and mannerisms, creating a replacement mother for his son. M1 learned its role so well, it began to truly believe it was Fiona. But the
should play One Night at Freddy. One Night at Freddy. One Night at or as?
Understand the ghosts that were already there. This story belongs to Edwin Murray, a brilliant inventor who inherited his father's costume workshop. He met his wife, Fiona, while working on a project, and together they became a creative powerhouse, designing characters like Chica and Foxy for companies like Fazbear Entertainment. They had a son named David, but Edwin was
No,
a
One Night
workaholic,
Ass Freddy.
often
Oh.
neglecting his family or his creations. Tragedy struck when Fiona died in what was likely the Fall Fest fire of the 70s, leaving Edwin alone to raise a grieving son he barely knew how to care for. Consumed by loss and work, Edwin made a desperate choice. He created M1, an advanced endoskeleton designed to learn and mimic human behavior. He programmed it with Fiona's voice and mannerisms, creating a replacement mother for his son. M1 learned its role so well, it began to truly believe it was Fiona. But the tragedy was...
How long to finish Joy of Creation? Around 50 minutes. Each level efficiently. Each level. I'll play Joy of Creation tomorrow.
Wasn't over. Just before his 4th birthday, David was tragically killed in an accident while M1 was supposed to be watching him. Broken, Edwin was convinced by M1, his robot wife, to do it again. Create another mimic, M2, to bring back his son. But Edwin couldn't accept this new robot as David. Overworked, grieving, and lonely, he finally snapped. In a fit of pure rage, he brutally attacked M2, the animatronic meant to be his son. In doing so, he didn't destroy it, he corrupted it, pouring all of his agony, grief, and murderous rage directly into its programming. This new corrupted mimic, the M2, became a monster. It began mimicking Edwin's rage and neglect, even mocking him in his own voice. Edwin eventually grew tired of M1, the Fiona mimic.
Okay, I'll do one try at UCN,
to the Manor
but
security
not more,
system,
bro.
where she became
yes, they're really
F10
like they
and 4,
yes, they
or
broke me, bro.
Fiona. Now,
Barely
let's
got
join
through.
Arnold. He enters the manor, and after a creepy welcome show malfunctions, the power goes out. The voice of dispatch on the speaker confirms his worst fears. A prototype endoskeleton with a homicidal glitch is loose. Arnold's simple retrieval mission has become a 5-hour fight for survival. Throughout the night, he's haunted by various animatronics like the terrifying Jackie in a box, the relentless nurse Dolly, and the creepy Big Top. It's safe to assume that most, if not all, of these are being piloted by the one true threat, the corrupted mimic, M2. Arnold's only goal, besides not dying, is to upgrade his Data Diver key card from guest level all the way up to the executive level. This is the only way he can access the areas he needs to complete his missions and escape, all while the voice of dispatch guides him. But the behavior is oddly callous and pushy, constantly demanding he upgrade the Data Diver. As we'll find out, there's a very sinister reason for that.
Bad
After
ending.
5 grueling hours, Arnold finally gets executive access and has a choice. If he does what dispatch tells him and simply leaves, he gets the bad ending. He gets in his truck ready to go home and collect his paycheck, only to be attacked by the mimic who was hitchhiking a ride. It's revealed that dispatch was the mimic all along, using Edwin's voice to trick him. This is exactly like the twist in the Ruin DLC. The mimic wanted the fully upgraded Data Diver for itself.
Let me just watch the secret.
Finally, there's the secret ending, the hardest one to get. This requires playing through the New Game Plus and finding all 25 collectibles to complete a text adventure game called Moon.exe. Doing this gives you the glitch permissions on your Data Diver. Following the same path as the good ending, you can now access a new area in the replica house. Here, you must find 6 bedtime story tapes. The goal is to finish what Edwin started. Fix the corrupted mimic. You enter David's bedroom
Oreos is
and
not
play
food.
the tapes in the correct order.
That's snack.
Hearing his parents' voices telling a story calms the raging M2, allowing Arnold to insert the glitch permission. The endoskeleton's violent programming is overridden. It reverts to its original persona, the innocent child, David, no longer broken by rage. It settles into bed, and the lights in its eyes go out.
Final theories.
So what is the real secret of the Mimic? When you piece together every tape reel, every ending, and every hidden detail, you realize the secret is that there was never just one. The story of this game is a tragic tale
Yes,
of
it's
2
junk,
different
but not
mimics
food.
born from one family's unimaginable grief. First, you have M1, the original, created by Edwin Murray to be a stand-in for his wife, Fiona, after she died. This mimic learned her mannerisms, her voice, her role as mother to their son.
I think I understand the lore. I can't lie. Okay, let me do some UCN. Let me do some UCN. Let me see. Okay, tell me who I should have then. Once per night, making a lot of noise and tell me what I should have. Do the original characters. All on 2p. Nightmare Marion on 20. Okay. What else? Phone Guy 20. Old Man Consequences 20. Toy Chica 15. Put on your Freddy Fazbear mask once you sneak into your room. Trash the Gang 20. And we need Funtime Chica on 20. I'll do Nightmare Fredbear. Rockstar Freddy. Golden Freddy. Oh, Golden Freddy 5. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Dude, I'm not really in right now. See? Oh, okay, dude. Night Marianne is just annoying, bro. Yeah, let me remove her. What do you mean in? I'm just like not locked in.
Please deposit 5 coins.
Smile.
Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit. Thank you for depositing 5 coins. Please deposit 5 coins.
What can I do for you?
Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit 5.
We're just getting you ready for that for the all 20 modes. You know, custom night will be easy, bro. Trust. Custom night will be easy. On Monday, I'm gonna do begin with custom night on FNAF 1. Oh my god, bro. Golden Freddy. Like, my reaction time is like slow at night, bro. At night, my reaction time is so slow.
I know how much you like to fight, so we'll add a new problem to your night.
Me bird likes you, so I'll do ye a favor.
Oh my god, bro. How was I at 2 a.m.? Was I at 2 a.m. or was it 1 a.m.? Just change the music box, music sometime. Is that it?
Depositing 5 coins.
Oh, hey, you're doing great. Most people don't.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Spring chop.
they usually move
I
on
don't
to
got
other
this, bro.
things by now. I'm not implying that they died. That's not what I meant. Anyway, I better not take up too much of your time. Things start getting real tonight. Hey, listen, I had an idea. If you happen to get caught and want to avoid getting stuck into a Freddy suit, try playing dead. You know, go limp. Then there's a chance that maybe they'll think that you're an empty costume instead.
What is even happening?
They might try to stuff a metal skeleton into you. I wonder how that would work. Yeah, never mind. Scratch that. It's best just not to get caught. Okay, I'll leave you to it. See you on the flip side.
Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit 5 coins. You are. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Say cheese.
Cheese. Would Slenderman games count as granny games? You decide, bro. 3 a.m. No, Chica, how could you do that to me? Okay, let me remove Chica, because I put another one. Let me put in, for your sake, no. How many Slendrina games are there? Yo, what's good, Super Money Car? What's good, bro? But there's like 11 of them. Put on your favorite Fazbear. 11. Well, what is Slendrina games even about?
record a
Why is there
message
half
for
of
you
Foxy here?
to help you get settled in on your first night. I actually worked in that office before you. I'm finishing up my last week now, as a matter of fact, so I know it can be a bit overwhelming, but I'm here to tell
you. You never stood a chance.
Yeah, what is the game's even about? The Slendrina. Let me add, he makes his way toward event opening. Yeah, let me do a spring chap at 15. Chica, not now.
Unfortunate. I'm unfortunate. I'm gonna do a sneaky thing and throw a new contender in the ring.
Please deposit 5. You are attempting to thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Oh, Fox is in here again, bro. I have a setup for you. Rockstar Freddy 20, Toy Chica 20, Toy Bonnie 20, Funtime Chica 20, Trash and the Gang 20, Freddy 20, Nightmare and Nightmare Fredbear 20, and Phone Guy 20. Okay. Let me see. Rockstar Freddy. Where is he? Rockstar Freddy 20. Toy Chica 20. Toy Bonnie 20. Funtime Chica 20. Trash in the Gang 20. Freddy 20. Nightmare and Nightmare Fredbear 20.
You are attempting to trick Freddy. Please deposit 5 coins. Freddy, thank you for depositing.
Dude, I don't know what to do with Freddy, bro. Freddy is so hard, bro. Let me see. He approaches from the left hole. Keep track on him on the monitor and shut the door when he's standing in the doorway. He moves faster as the building gets warmer. Left hallway. What's left hallway? Is this left hallway? Okay, I'm only gonna have my cam on that one.
attempt.
Freddy doesn't like this.
Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
I'm ready for my close-up.
Please deposit 5 coins. Please, thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Today, all about me.
Oh, I forgot the mask.
Chico, you distracted me, you little silly girl.
If you beat this, do the same setup, but add Springtrap, JJ, and Balloon Boy. I'll just do it right now. Springtrap. What was it? JJ, Balloon Boy. Don't forget phone guy. Oh, yeah.
Deposit 5 coins. You are Freddy. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Uh-oh, how
Oh my god.
Uh-oh, how unfortunate. I'm gonna do a sneaky thing and throw a new contender in the ring.
Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit 5 coins. Freddy. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Me.
Please deposit 5 coins. Please, you are attempting to. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Me.
Please deposit 5 coins.
Yar, who touched
Please
me, bird?
Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Say cheese.
Yar, who touched
That was
me,
good
bird?
aces.
Please deposit. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Oh my god, out of power, bro. Yo, Doom. I was doing so good though. I was doing so good. I'm gonna do a sneaky thing. When Tamchika just gets you. I think she likes me. I think she liked me. Oh, I think she liked me. Oh, in my white tee. Oh, in my white tee. Oh, like me. Okay, let me try again. I was doing good. Play bow blocks? No.
He pieced the remains together.
Oh my god.
Deposit 5 coins. Please deposit 5 coins. Thank you
How
for depositing
unfortunate.
5 coins.
Uh-oh, how unfortunate. I'm gonna do a sneaky thing. Gonna do it in the ring.
Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit 5.
Freddy doesn't like.
Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
You said DD re. What is that?
Please deposit 5 coins. 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 Deposit 5. Thank you for depositing 5 coins. Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit 5 coins. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
But how do I use it?
Oh, that's me.
Please deposit 5 coins. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Yarg, how may I be of service to ya?
It looks like. I did it, bro. Ooh. Yay! Let's go.
私はここで
What are
同
these
じ冷たい
animes?
朝飯を再び食べている。私はコーンフレークが嫌いだ。それは十分に美味しいが、私の口の中を切り裂き、後で後悔することになる。しかし私は、それこそが戦士であり、集中と秩序を学ぶ一環だと思っている。たとえお前がコーンフレークで口を切ったとしても、そしてお前がそれをもう一度食べようとすると、口の中をさらに痛めてしまうので、それ以上悪化させないよう、それ以降は柔らかい食べ物を食べなければならない。我が人生とこのかよばき口が呪わしい。
I'm not watching this, bro. Not watching that. Who in their right mind even watches that? Okay. Wait, you said challenge report just somewhere there? Menu. Wait, let me try one of these challenges. Let me try, but fine, let me try this. I can do it. Bears Attack 1, bro. Let me beat Bears Attack 1.
Yarg, how may I be of service to ya?
Oh my god, bro. I have a new setup. If you want me to tell, I'll tell. Is it hard? Medium. You think I can beat it? In 2 tries you can. Okay, I'll do it after this. Bears 1, I think. Yeah, this is Bears 1.
Yarg, how may I be of service to ya?
Yes, it is, bro. This is Bears 1. Don't mistake me for a pro though, okay? I'm barely getting through this. So
Yar, me bird likes you. So I'll do ye a favor.
Now I will tell you.
you did it. Okay. But can I buy a new office? Yes, I have this office, bro. Let's go. Okay, tell me your setup. Boop the Freddy. Yippee! Moss Lover 999! Let's go! I'm gonna do a sneaky thing. Okay, well, let me know your setup, bro. My setup is set all to 20. That is my setup. Okay. Okay, I'll do that setup after I've done this. I went in. Wow, this office is so cool. Okay, I died already, so let me just do your setup. This is the last one though. Rockstar Freddy. Molten Freddy. Freddy. All the toys 20 except for Toy Freddy. Last run or last like setup. Oh, you're ending stream after this one. Yes, last setup. Springtrap and Balloon Kids. Holy shit, bro. I'm never beating this. I hate Tofetic. He blames us for all his skill issues. Dude, I'm not. He will appear in your office post attack. Throw on your Freddy mask. Are you going to family friendly Mori? Or are you going family friendly? Family Freddy? Why would I be family Freddy? Retries maybe.
Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit 5 coins. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Dude, I'm not beating this, bro.
What is left of you?
What do you mean? I spelled that right. Oh, you said family friendly. No, I'm not going family friendly. Why? Why do you think I'm going family friendly? I mean, I try to be, so I don't swear unnecessarily, but I'm not trying.
Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Char, me bird likes you, so I'll do ye a favor.
Please deposit 5 coins. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Oh.
Don't get distracted.
Dude, I'm cooked. relevant. Okay, let me see what because you said no cussing yesterday. Oh yeah, I mean yeah, like I'm trying to not cuss, but I mean I will cuss. The secret to the game is bring a Glock 19. I wish a deco generator will work too. Always take the 10 coin from Foxy. Okay, I'll do that. You can do it. Do what? I believe in you. Oh, it's really cool seeing the progress you made in just one day. Also, you got it. Thank you, bro. You're doing it all right. Facts. Moslow, by the way, great name. 4 a.m. Thanks. I mean, yep, GG. I'll take the coins from Foxy next time. But I think I got it. I think I got it. I actually think I got it. Alright, see you, bro. I'll see you, man. Oh yeah, no, I'm playing until I beat the setup.
Please deposit.
Also, Dab King, I'm gonna play Joy of Creation tomorrow. You asked when I'm gonna play fan game. I'm playing Joy of Creation tomorrow.
Please deposit 5 coins. You are attempting. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Yar, me bird likes you, so I'll do ye a favor.
Please deposit 5. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Animatronics get quirky at night, but so do I. The great slime fluffs. All right, now my what do you think I should play? What is the one? I'm just waiting for my game. I think you'll. Okay, what's your game? Four tries is what it takes. Bondi's Banyard. Okay, I'll play that tomorrow.
Please deposit 5 coins. You are attempting. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Uh-oh, how unfortunate. Uh-oh, how unfortunate.
cooked right there, bro. I mean, it's my favorite. But can you please play FNAF Simulator? Is it that when you're playing as the animatronics? I bite at Freddy's. Let me look at that. A bite at Freddy's. 12 question is really neat. It'll probably be there if you stream it. Bite at Freddy's. I'll download this. How long does it take to finish Bondi's Barnyard? Barnyard. Not for real time. It's kind of mid. I don't even know what that is. One to 3 hours. But three if you are really bad.
Please deposit 5 coins. Please, you are attempt Freddy. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Uh-oh, how unfortunate. I'm gonna do a sneaky thing and throw a new contender in the ring.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some.
Oh my god, he added like the whole
You
crew,
play
bro.
with fire, and sometimes
But
you
3
get
if you're really
burned.
bad. Okay. I don't think I'm really bad though. Well, I can do all FNAF. I think I can do all of those. Bondi's, Drive Creation, and a Bite at. How long to finish Bite at Freddy's? Because I know Drive Creation is like 50 minutes to 1 hour. How long to finish a Bite at Freddy's? Time limit to complete, unlike like the original games. Instead, players must confirm orders from the. So it's more like a story game. Yeah, but like. Oh wait, it's that long to finish finish a Bite at Freddy's?
Please deposit 5 coins. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
I'm not gonna be able to beat this. If you do, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do custom night. I'm just gonna like normal. If you can play Five Nights with Mr. Hugs, can you play Five Nights with Mr. Hugs? Then 1 to 4. Okay. Should I download this? I'll download it. But yeah, I think tomorrow I'll do Joy of Creation and Bondies, and then on Monday I'm gonna do Final Fantasy Freddy 1 custom night. Get that. And then I'm gonna do Final Fantasy Freddy 2 custom night, and 3 custom night, 4 custom night. And then I'll do some other fan games. Like next weekend maybe I'll do another fan game. It's not boopable, no.
Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit 5 coins. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
No, but I read if you're just finishing like normal ending, it takes 50 minutes. If you're gonna do multiple endings, it will take a little bit longer.
Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Hello. For today's lesson,
I'll read the Google thing again.
handling technique.
Hold on, I think it's at 50 minutes.
As a suit, please ensure that the animatronic parts are tightly compressed and fastened by the spring locks located around the inside of the suit. It may take a few moments to position your head and torso between these parts in a manner where you can move and see.
Please deposit 5 coins. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Do not touch the spring locks at any time. Do not breathe on the spring locks, as moisture may loosen them and cause them to break loose. In the case that the spring locks come loose while you are wearing the suit, please try to maneuver away from populated areas before bleeding out, as to not ruin the customer experience. As always, if there is ever an emergency,
please deposit
go to the
5 coins.
designated
Thank
safe
you
room.
for
Every
depositing
location is
5
built with
coins.
one extra room that is not included in the digital map layouts programmed into the animatronics or security system. This room is hidden to customers, visible to animatronics, and always off camera. As always, remember to smile. You are the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Yar, who touched me bird?
Please deposit 5 coins. Thank you for depositing 5 coins. Please deposit 5. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Yar, what can I do for ya?
Today's all about me.
Please deposit 5 coins. Thank
I did it. Ooh, I did it. Oh. Rockstar Freddy is technically backbending us now that I think about it. Oh my god. Yo, what's good, Plasmaverse? Plasmaverse, what's good, bro? Good, I'm not watching this. Good timing, I guess. Yo, what's good, bro? Dude, this is actually fun. I'm gonna do another run. Another set, whatever. The Chica cutscene, I can't take it anymore. Wait, how long to finish Joy of Creation? Look, the time it takes to finish Joy of Creation story mode varies, but generally you can expect to spend around 50 minutes completing all levels. According to Joy of Creation, each level, if played efficiently, might take about 10 minutes to complete. The office level, for example, is survival based and doesn't have a strict time limit, while the others, like the attic, have a 90-second time limit. Yes, I'll do that tomorrow. I've been 50-20, so I'm just browsing UCN streams, lol. Oh, I started playing UCN yesterday, bro. Well, you been 50-20? Hell nah, bro. You're crazy.
It's not my fault. I have these.
Shut up! You're annoying me, Toy Freddy. Pick the camps on Toy Freddy's Wonder. How do I do that? I'm not beating a bear attack 2, bro. This is too difficult for me. I can do this though. That took me some courage, but not as much as playing this.
Mr. Got me again.
Okay, I've technically did what I was supposed to. Even the Bears attack 3. Oh shit. Oh shit, wait, no. I cussed. Good. Okay, I'ma go. Bye. Alright, see ya, bro.
Please deposit 5 coins. You are you. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Alright, buddy.
Uh-oh, how unfortunate. Uh-oh, how unfortunate. I know how much you like to bite, so I'll give you problems to your knife.
I love that song. That's what Actually, no joke, one of my favorite songs.
Yar, me bird likes you, so I'll do ye a favor.
Please deposit 5 coins. Please, thank you for depositing 5 coins.
You know what? Just gonna do my own thing. Springtrap 20, Golden Freddy 20. Yep, you heard me, bro. Go. Freddy Fazbear 20. Yep, 20. This is my setup. If you can beat this, you have officially gotten the best UCN player of all time achievement. Okay, if you can beat this. Guess what? I have another setup for you. Well, let me do this setup first. Hold on. If you can beat this setup, then you're the best FNAF player in history, okay? UCN player, if you can beat this level. Just saying, bro. You're one of the best if you can beat this. Told you, bro, this is difficult, bro. If you can beat this, you're the best. But let me give it another try. I did not expect it. That song is actually gas.
Yar, you win some, you lose some.
Of course she added Foxy. Okay, this is too hard for me. Rockstar Foxy. Okay, let me try. Rockstar Foxy. Where are you? Rockstar Fox. Funtime Chica. Oh. Wait. Should put them on. Okay, wait, what's your setup? Yo, Plasmaverse, what's the... You've been 50-20. What's the secret, bro? What's the secret? I'll give you free 5K setup. Okay, okay, give me. Yes, I want this. Want that? Give me that. Yes, please. How does this work? Purchase this plush toy from the price corner. Right, well. Okay, so Happy Frog. Mr. Hippo. Pig Patch. Dealt with by putting the audio lure in the middle left area. So I do that when I start and then I'll do nothing more. Hi, I am new. What's going on? Yo, what's good, Connor? I'm playing UCN. I'm never beating that, bro. Trash and the gang, and phone guy, old man consequences, BB. Are you having fun? Define fun, bro. Bonnie. Dude, I'm not beating this. I hope so. Well, define being happy. I'm like neutral. In the middle. Connor. Most of these guys can't kill you. Nightmare Freddy 2. This is 4,200. Am I missing someone? I'll do Springtrap, Molten Freddy, Rockstar Foxy. Look, I got it. I'm beating this. Is it going good? I don't think so.
You won't get tired of dying, will you?
How do I even set voice audio cue, whatever he said. How do I do that? Dock the system.
Even monkeys fall from trees.
Whoever killed me there owns me. Ducks and put the audio cue in the left middle spot.
What a treat to come here and meet your face as a
Dude, I don't think I'm good enough for this, bro. I don't think I'm good enough for this. One.
Now I will tell you
Please deposit 5 coins. You Freddy does. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Hello? Hello? Well, if you're hearing this and you made it to day 2, congrats. I won't talk quite as long this time since Freddy and his friends tend to become
Please
more
deposit
active
5 coins. Thank you for depositing
It might be a
5
good idea to
coins.
keep those cameras while I talk, just to make sure everyone's in their proper place, you know. Interestingly enough,
I got this, I'm winning.
Come on stage very often. I've heard he becomes a lot more.
You're. I would read the description on how to. No, but I understand how they work, bro. Look, this guy, these people, you just have to close the door. Him, you have to just like watch. Yep. Him, you have to take on your mask. Masks, coin, camera, vent, camera, a flashlight. Yeah, bro, I understand this. I understand it now. Okay. Wait, Plasma, do you make YouTube videos? Let me see how you play this.
I'm here to talk you through some of the things you can expect to see during your first week here and to help you get started down this new and exciting career path. Now, I want you to forget anything you may have heard about the old location, you know. Some people still have a somewhat negative impression of the company. That old restaurant was kind of left to rot for quite a while, but I want to reassure you, Fazbear Entertainment is committed to family fun and above all, safety. They've spent a small fortune on these new animatronics. Facial recognition, advanced mobility, they even let them walk around during the day. Isn't that neat? But most importantly, hello and welcome to your new summer job at the new and improved
I'm gonna read comment after this.
I'm here to talk you through some of the things you can expect to see during your first week here and to help you get started down this new and exciting career path. Now, I want you to forget anything you may have heard about the old location, you know. Some people still have a somewhat negative impression of the company. That old restaurant was kind of left to rot for quite a while, but I want to reassure you, Fazbear Entertainment is committed to family fun and above all, safety. They've spent a small fortune on these new animatronics. Facial recognition, advanced mobility, they even let them walk around during the day. But most importantly, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database so they can detect a predator a mile away. Heck, we should be paying them to guard you. Now that being said, no...
How's it for him? Okay, let me read it now. If you go check, I have 30-20 on UCN Rico, which is a super buffed version of UCN. You can check that out, I guess, but I don't have a 50-20 completion uploaded yet. If you want help, we could hop in a Discord or something. I could totally coach you to higher scores. Dude, that would be fire. But are you able to like next weekend? Because it's like almost 1 AM for me right now, and tomorrow I'm gonna play like 2 fan games. And next week I'm gonna do a custom night on FNAF 1 to 4, beat those, and then yeah, so that week next weekend. Yeah. Okay. Wait. What's your Discord? Hold on. Let me send my Discord server link. Then I add you from there. Yeah, so that's the Discord server. Let me know when you joined. I can check. Yeah, you joined. Yeah, I think I added you. Yes, I added you, bro. Add you. So yeah. I think I'm gonna go now though. Go to sleep. Yeah. But I mean, wait. We can also like, bro. Whenever, bro, we can VC, bro. Whenever you want. Like when I'm streaming and not streaming, bro. We can talk in VC, bro. But, yeah. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a fan game.